Okay, it is 6 p.m. on November 6, 2024. We call this meeting to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Northern Regional Advisory Council meeting. This meeting is being held in person at the Weber County Commission chambers, as well as being streamed live on YouTube. This public forum allows you to express your opinions and ideas on wildlife management in our state. This RAC considers your feedback on the proposals before us today and reports them to the Wildlife Board. The Wildlife Board, not the RAC, is charged with setting wildlife policy for our state. Wildlife management is complex and sometimes it is emotionally charged. We all have ideas and opinions about what is best for Utah's wildlife. It's why we are here today, and that's a good thing. We encourage those who want to express their opinion at today's meeting to fill out a comment card. Those are in the back corner as you come in. We expect those in attendance to respect the people who speak, especially those who hold views that don't align with your own. Respectful behavior helps facilitate efficient meetings where RAC members can listen, digest, and address the concerns, ideas, and proposals being presented for consideration. Disrespectful behavior includes booing, yelling, cheering, or laughing while someone is speaking. You can also help maintain a respectful space by referring to people by name instead of descriptors of their physical characteristics, demeanor, or gender. If this behavior occurs, the RAC Chair will remind attendees to be respectful. If the behavior continues, the applicable individuals will be asked to leave. Lastly, please help us reduce distractions during the meeting by putting your phone on silent. If you need to take a call, we ask you step outside. One other note for today, we've been asked by the chambers here if we will all exit out the front door to the west when we leave here tonight, please. Okay, we'll start off with welcoming RAC members. We'll go through it, have everybody do an introduction. We'll start down here with James.
James Carlson, Public at Large.
Nikki Wayment, non-consumptive.
Randy Hutchison, at large.
Steve Sorensen, Sportsman's Rep.
Rob Dale, Public at Large.
Ross Worthington, Public at Large.
Shoshone Nation.
We also have 4 members online. Start with Ryan.
Ryan Brown, Public at Large.
Casey.
Casey Snyder, elected official.
Jessica.
Jessica Wade, representing the Bureau of Land Management.
And Marshall.
Marshall Alford, representing National Forest Lands.
Okay, thank you. I'm Brad Buchanan, Sportsman's Rep on the RAC. We also want to recognize we have 2 board members online, Paula Richmond and Kent Johnson. And I don't think we have any others in attendance. So Paula online, yes. Okay, we will like to welcome our DWR staff, specifically those providing presentations tonight. Namely Dax Mangus, Kent Hersey, Rusty Robinson, Lindy Varney, and as always last, Chad Wilson. So he likes playing cleanup. We'd like to welcome the public that are attending in person and are watching on YouTube. Those that are attending will have the opportunity to provide comments regarding any agenda item. If you wish to make a comment, you must fill out the blue comment cards that are in the back. Get them passed over to Jody. She'll get them up to us. The public that are watching on YouTube will not be able to provide live comments during the meeting. However, the presentations were provided for viewing online, and the public was able to provide comments to the RAC members for this meeting. Okay. We will start off with, this is agenda item number 2, approval of agenda and minutes.
I'll make the motion to approve it. I'll second.
Okay, motion by Randy, seconded by Ryan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah. Aye.
Aye.
Got them all. All right. Okay. Uh-oh. Give an update from the last wildlife board meeting here as soon as I get it pulled up. I know. Presentation. All right, so let's move on to the regional update given by Blair.
All right, so I'm going to try to keep this relatively brief. I know we've got a lot on our agenda tonight, so I just wanted to give a quick update on some of the things happening throughout the region over the last month or so. So starting with the wildlife section, a lot of things going on with our section over the next couple months. We just got done doing our CWMU check stations on the cache unit. Got a lot of reports from hunters, seeing a lot of bucks up there, so good indication that hunters are happy, at least on that unit. We're still waiting to hear back on the samples, but crossing our fingers it won't be any CWD positive samples from what we collected this year. We're also in the midst of the pheasant hunt, and so we'll be releasing birds on a lot of our waterfowl management areas and wildlife management areas over the next month. We do have maps of those online, so if you're interested in where those locations are, hop on our website and you can see where those pheasants are going to be released at, and we do that on a weekly basis. We're also going to start our deer classifications here over the next month. This is really important data we collect for our models to estimate populations and permit numbers. So our biologists will be doing that over the next month and looking at buck to doe ratios and fawn to doe ratios and just overall numbers of deer out there. We're also going to be doing a mountain goat transplant here next week. We'll be pulling some goats off of the Tusher Range down the southern part of the state and augmenting our population on Willard Peak. So that'll be happening next week. We're excited to get a few more goats on that unit. We're also going to be doing some other captures over the next couple of months. Deer captures will be starting here in about a month or so, first part of December. We'll be putting collars on those individuals. That's where we get a lot of our survival data and other parameters that we use for wildlife management. We also have some personnel changes in the wildlife section. So Caitlin Drake, she's been working for us for a bit now. She's been on our conservation species team. And she now has hopped over into our depredation team. So we have her on doing that work with a wildlife technician. We're excited to have her with us. We also have Bernardo Renaga Gonzalez. So he's also worked for DWR in the past in our central region. He's going to be on with us full time now, working as a CWE technician as well as our turkey trapping technician this winter. So excited to have him. In a waterfowl program, those individuals are also hard at work releasing pheasants. So we put a lot of birds out in our waterfowl management areas, and so those will be happening over the next month. We're also starting to see a lot of swans show up on the Great Salt Lake marshes. So we're starting to check quite a few in our office, and our staff are seeing a lot. So it's a good time if you have a swan tag to get out there and try to harvest your swan. We also had some personnel changes in our waterfowl program. We lost two of our assistant area managers, and we were able to replace them with Stephen Hunt, who was in our habitat program, and then with Wyatt Hansen, who was a Pheasants Forever biologist, who's now going to be at Farmington Bay. So again, we're excited to have these people on with us as well. On the Great Salt Lake, our staff out there have been really busy with brine shrimp season. That started on October 1st. To date, they've harvested about 12 million pounds of brine shrimp, so a lot happening out there. We also just recently conducted a lake-wide survey looking at shorebirds, and that count was about 2 times higher than it was last year. So really good indication that habitat quality out there is in a good place, and we're seeing a lot of bird use on Great Salt Lake. In our law enforcement section, we also have a new personnel who just joined us. That's Levi Bassett. He's going to be our officer within the Cache District. Our law enforcement personnel have been participating in a number of things around the state. There's been a lot of time donated or put towards the Yellow Lake fire. We've also had one of our officers participate in our trunk or treat event last week. We've also been working some pretty good cases this year. We've seen some issues with baiting, suspension, wasting, people harvesting the wrong sex, an elk committee who harvested a moose, and also some trail camera issues. So a lot of work happening and a lot of hard work going on out there with our officers. In our aquatic section, we're working on a higher musky project up at Pineview Reservoir recently, and we've collected collected data from 35 muskies. And we were able to do a mark recapture survey up there. It's a way for us to estimate the population in that water body. We're also taking some samples, some pelvic race samples, and we're using those to calculate age and growth on the fish in Pineview. We've also been doing some gillnet surveys. So those have been occurring at Willard Bay, Hiram, and Bear Lake. Our staff have also been doing some native aquatics work, some least chub surveys, as well as some spring snail surveys at Pilot Mountain. Our outreach section continues to do a really good job of highlighting the projects going on in the region. One of those was recently we stocked about 32,000 fish in a couple of the reservoirs on the Wasatch Back. Those posts had about 500,000 views, so quite a few more than I've ever had anything. So pretty impressive number. And the best thing about that, a lot of positive questions and positive comments, which we always like to see on our outreach material. And we also had another post we put up recently that was stocking 3,400 tiger trout in some of the urban and community fisheries. Those posts also had a lot of views, a lot of good feedback. So just like to highlight our outreach staff and the good work they're doing out there. Our habitat program, we're doing a lot of fencing projects right now on multiple WMAs in the region. These are primarily to address boundary issues, as well as making our wildlife fences more friendly for wildlife. Also some personnel changes happening here. So if any of you knew Daniel Olson, he was our habitat program manager. He recently has moved on to our Salt Lake office, and he's now our impact analysis program coordinator. We're sad to lose him, but we're moving forward. Our vacancy hiring is open right now, so we should hope to fill that position in the next month or so. Our admin section continues to do a lot of work at our office. We're seeing a lot of swans coming in right now. We actually checked our first trumpeter this morning. We're seeing about 3 trumpeters harvested so far, so we anticipate seeing a lot more swans coming through over the next month. We're also taking a lot of questions and helping a lot of customers for CWMU permits, and starting to see a pickup in our nuisance and conflict calls, which will probably increase, especially during the rut as buck deer start wandering around and getting hit by cars. Just to put some opportunities out there for RAC members, like I said, our biologists are out doing classifications. This data is really important for a lot of things we talk about in the RAC meetings for permits, season dates, things like that. So if you want to be involved and kind of see how the sausage is made, I encourage you to get out and participate in some of these surveys and classifications. It is a really good opportunity for you to learn more about wildlife management. We also have some pretty good calling projects coming up, so reach out if you want to participate in some of those, and I can get the dates and get on text streams so you don't miss out on those opportunities. Okay, and that's it from my update.
Okay, thank you, Blair. All right, let me go back to the Wildlife Board update since I forgot to print that out. So this is from the September 19th board meeting. And most of it covered the fishing regulations. Had a motion to ask the division to study the possibilities of increased opportunities for spearfishing, to look at the impact of spearfishing on fisheries in Utah. And this was to be placed on the action log that passed unanimously. Had a motion to accept the division's proposal regarding the ice hole size at Flaming Gorge, but ask the division to monitor the use of ice holes and the size of holes being used and report back in 1 year. And that passed 3-2. Had another motion to accept the proposal on Manning Meadows and Barney reservoirs and to reevaluate the reservoirs in 2 years. And that passed unanimously. Another motion to accept the balance of the division's recommendations as presented. This was for the fishing regulations, and that passed unanimously. On the R657-61 valuation of real property interests, we had a motion to approve the amendments to the rule as presented by the division. That passed unanimously. On the conservation permit audit, motion to accept the permit audit as presented. That passed 4 in favor with 1 recusal. On the conservation permit annual report, a motion to accept the conservation and permit annual report as presented. That also passed 4 in favor with 1 recusal. And the expo permit audit, motion to accept the audit as presented. And that passed 4 in favor with 1 recusal. The expo permit allocation, had a motion to accept as presented, and that passed 4 in favor with 1 recusal. And the LOA committee membership, we had a motion to approve Eric Luke as the RAC representative on the LOA committee, and that passed unanimously. And the final motion was to approve the 2025 RAC board and meeting dates, and that passed unanimously. Okay. Now that all that's out of the way, we will go on to agenda item number 5, DAX. This is on the statewide Mule plan 2025 to 2030. So I will kind of start off with a comment. There's a few things on the agenda tonight which relate back to the statewide Mule plan. For the sake of organization and how we're going to move through this agenda tonight. As we move through these items, I ask that we do our best when we ask our questions from the public or from the RAC and our comments, stay more centered on the agenda item we're on. And the reason I say that is this can quickly get into mixing in the research hunt proposals as part of the deer plan, as well as licenses and the youth and those things there. So as we go through it, let's please keep that in mind. Talking on the agenda items we're discussing right now is the statewide mule deer plan. This isn't on the research hunt proposals and some of the other things there. We will get to all of that. We just don't want to jumble it all together, so we can try and stay a little bit more organized on that. So, okay, with that, you got anything to start off with or clarify or?
That's perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have someone pointed out a typo to me in the plan. So just in case there was confusion, we are recommending the buck to doe ratio for premium limited entry units go to 40 to 45 bucks per 100 does. Initially in the committee process, they had talked about changing that to 35 to 40. And I think I updated the plan. And then later at another meeting, we changed our mind and went to 40 to 45. And I changed it in some places in the plan, but not in the place where it lists the strategies. It is correct in the memo and in the presentation, but if you read the 70-page plan, you might have noticed it wrong in one place. So I just wanted to clarify that so there's no confusion. And yeah, happy to review anything or answer any questions. Pretty excited to get this RAC cycle started.
Okay. So are we, Dax. All right. We'll start off with questions from RAC members.
You know I'm going to.
Good.
So let me start off with the data one on the callers. In your plan, you're going, and I forget the exact number based upon the data that we have, right? Yeah. So does that mean there's a commitment that there's X amount of callers out in the field all the time?
Yeah, we really, I just don't see us moving away from trying to keep a representative sample on units across the state. That's become such an integral part of our mule deer management, and we're trying to incorporate that even officially into the plan when we come up with permit numbers. So as long as we're able to do that and have the budgets to do that, I think that's a commitment that we want to keep. I think if we had to prioritize, that would be one of the last things we would stop doing as an agency. It feels like it's a real big priority to the hunters in the state of Utah, and it provides such crucial data to help us identify limiting factors, identify migration corridors, habitat use, survival, and specifically cause-specific mortality. I just don't see us moving away from that.
So is there a base level that you're going through though? Because if your callers in the field are going up and down, that's going to affect the data that you have coming in.
Yeah.
So you have a minimum, we're always going to have this much out there.
Yeah, so we collar new fawns every single year. I think we do, is Kent's here, he can correct me if I'm wrong. We try to shoot for at least 20 new fawn collars annually. Those collars, because is that wrong, Kent? Per unit. So on each of those representative units. And then as those fawns survive into adulthood, we end up with quite a bit larger adult doe sample size because of and if we have a mortality event or something that knocks our adult doe sample size down, we will also put collars out on adult doe. So we strive to collar at least 20 new fawns on every unit annually, and then maintain. We usually end up with a substantially larger than that sample size on does, adult does, and we try to get that distributed across the unit so that's representative. Some units, maybe the north half of a unit can be quite a bit different than the south half of a unit. So we try to get, and we have bigger sample sizes on some of the larger units with larger populations or more diversity on the unit.
Great, thanks. And then another thing I had, I'll admit I was surprised on the enthusiastic endorsement of the coyote bounty in the state. Last I knew, there was a study that was being conducted to see if it was even doing anything. So multi-part question. I'm surprised by the change because there hasn't been enthusiasm there, and I'm wondering what data there is that program's actually culling additional animals that would have been shot anyway. I'm highly skeptical of that program. That's money that could be spent somewhere else.
Yeah. So, the Mule Deer Protection Act is a piece of legislation that was enacted by the state legislature, which is what created the bounty program for coyotes. We follow that program, we try to implement it, and we want to make it as effective as possible. There's some research that indicates that coyote control can be effective, if we target the right places at the right times and remove a certain percentage of coyotes and do that for repeated, multiple years. That being said, we recognize some of the coyotes harvested under the Mule Deer Protection Act and through the bounty program are probably not providing as much of a benefit to mule deer. And we've seen that we probably have seen some increases to pronghorn fawn production, pronghorn fawn survival due to coyotes that get harvested in the West Desert, that type of thing. And it's also something we're looking at, trying to find ways to target that coyote harvest or incentivize more coyote harvest in areas where crucial fawning areas and during the times of the year where it can make the most difference. So it's probably fair to say that some of the coyotes harvested under that program don't provide a lot of benefit to mule deer, but there can be benefit through coyote harvest, and we're trying to find ways to implement it where we can get the most, benefit.
Okay. I appreciate, and I know it's a state mandated thing, but boy, that money could be used on habitat or something else because it doesn't encourage additional hunters to go out there to do that.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? Sorry.
Okay.
What are you guys, as you get the data from those coming in, and are you seeing specifically like when and where those are? Is that information? Because we've heard multiple times, yes, targeting fawning times, right? I'm sure targeting winter ranges and stuff like that without disturbing the wildlife, but it's how do we make that? And it just sounds like you're looking into how do you make that more effective so those dollars are used well?
Yeah, we do get that information from folks that are participating in the program that bring a coyote in. We find out where, they report where they took it and when they took it.
But is there any, the correlation of, hey, these are the areas we need more? Most coyote hunting happens late fall, winter, right? Into early and West Desert, and you just see it where really the targeting probably needs to be spring and summer ranges where they're fawning, right? All that. Is there a way to change that incentive, or because of the code, it's just, hey, all year long anywhere? Or can they change dates and focus on targets where, hey, we pay for coyotes out of these areas, but not these areas to make sure it's dollars, well spent?
So right now we're looking at ways that we can be more strategic with that, but it's pretty wide open. And and the folks in the legislature that put that in place, I think they wanted it to be pretty broad. We do some additional coyote control work where we work directly with Utah Department of Agriculture and Food. And in that work, you know, and that's typically aerial removal. We're very surgical with that work, and we have we have annual meetings with our partners there at UDAF and direct them specifically to mule deer fawning grounds and our units where we feel like we could see the most benefit from coyote removal. So it's kind of, you know, different ends of the spectrum there when it comes to coyote work to benefit mule deer. The bounty program is pretty broad, pretty wide, and whereas the work we do directly with Department of Ag and other partners for targeted removals is very specific and very dialed in to try to get maximum benefit.
The last thing I had on the predators, and this isn't necessarily just coyotes, this is overall. You'd mentioned that you're trying to watch to see if predators are, you know, and I forget your term, but it's top down or bottom up. Is there information on that now? Because I know I was following the cougar study a bit, and it hasn't been finalized. And so I'm curious what units, if any, you're seeing that impact on from top down.
Yeah, so when it comes to cougar predation being a limiting factor for deer populations, there's kind of a threshold about 7%. If you have about 7% annual mortality from any one specific source, that tends to be a top-down limitation on that population. And we've identified in Utah a handful of units where, you know, based on the collar data and cause-specific mortality, we're seeing that. Looking at the 9 Mile was unit that comes to mind right now. For this year, that unit's leading the pack by far. Units like the Zion have been on that list before as well. And I don't know if Darren's here tonight, but we have those data and we're looking at them. And there are a handful of units where we see that, where that cougar predation is at or exceeding that 7% threshold. And those would be the units where we would hope to get more cougar harvest to try to alleviate that top-down limitation.
Okay, appreciate that. And one thing I'd throw in just as an observation, if there are units that are having that top-down issue, I would think that would be something to make known to the general public, and I bet some of those various hunters would be inclined to hit those areas.
And obviously, we're kind of at this exciting time where we've been doing this survival study long enough now. We're into it, you know, just over a decade now, and we're really starting to dial in some specific things that we can address and that we can look at. And I think we're there with the data, but maybe we haven't gotten as good as we need to about sharing some of the information and communicating the results and the findings. And I do think that's a good idea. And that's something we've talked about internally, of making sure that we get that information out to folks like, hey, the 9 Mile unit, we know it's a hard unit to hunt, rugged country, there's a lot of private land, but this is a unit where some additional cougar harvest could really help our mule deer populations. We probably do need to do a better job of getting that information out there to folks and communicating that and helping them understand. You know, we'd love to see harvest by hunters on these units rather than having us have to try to go in and take cougars to help mule deer. If we can, you know, have hunters help hunters, that's win-win.
And I think with that that communication, I think that also helped open eyes on how big of a problem predators really are, as opposed to whether or not, because it's only a handful of units. Very uncommon for that to be. Thank you.
Okay. We want to acknowledge Mr. Brett Selman joined us from the Wildlife Board. Recognize him.
And you'll see some recommendations specifically with regard to predators and the implementation of some of these changes I'm talking about in the next RAC cycle, when Darren Du Bois, the Mammal Program Coordinator, will be presenting some of those recommendations.
That's on the extended archery only permit application. Was there discussion in the committee about making that its own unit, basically, where only those that apply for the extended can hunt the extended, not every archery hunter in the state?
We did talk about that, about having it be a standalone hunt, or we talked about kind of every option, from having it be what we're recommending, which is basically the extended archery hunt as it currently is wouldn't change, but this would be created as a new opportunity, to making folks choose the extended archery if they wanted to choose it, to like a hybrid option where folks could could hunt a unit, they could hunt the extended, but they could only hunt does on the extended, couldn't hunt bucks. So we kind of talked about, the whole spectrum of what to do there, and ultimately ended up with a recommendation that keep the existing extended archery opportunities as they currently are, but then create this new extended archery only hunt.
It's in general season and limited entry. We have in here that permit numbers will automatically adjust annually plus or minus 30%, and that won't come through the rack and board. How did we get to the 30% number versus 10 or 20%? Sometimes that 30% can be a significant number.
Yeah, so we talked about this on the committee a little bit, and this has been, I think it was a source of frustration. I know it has been hard sometimes for the division, and it's a source of frustration for hunters as well. As we have these management plans, we all agree, at some point, eventually we have an approved version of the management plan that we're agreeing we're going to manage towards. And then every year when we bring the recommendations, we end up deviating from we have to ask permission to manage to the plan that already is approved. And then we end up deviating from that. And sometimes, we end up a long ways away from where we probably ought to be if we're trying to manage to the objectives in the plan. And so that was something we've done it with turkeys, with turkey permits, where now based on some metrics and some data, those just adjust automatically. And so that's something we wanted to build in so that we don't spend a bunch of time fighting about objectives we already agreed to. We just manage to those. We talked about different percentages, and the committee felt comfortable with that 30% range. And that can be a lot of permits. But if you look at what we typically recommend, I think a vast majority of our recommendations would fall within that range. Only when you see stuff like maybe extreme drought or a really bad winter kill, the recommendations tend to exceed that type of a range.
Okay. One change on the premium limited entry units. I think the buck to doe ratio, I believe, stayed the same, but we took away the age class that was in the last plan. Can you explain why?
Yeah, so this committee had more desire to allow for opportunity. And we looked at higher buck to doe ratios and how those could potentially negatively affect production. And so it is actually slightly lower, the buck to doe ratio. What's the bottom end of the current ratio? The current ratio is 40 to 55. And the new proposed buck to doe ratio objective for premium limited entry should be 40 to 45. So it's within the range, but it's the bottom end of the existing range. And the idea behind that was just to offer the opportunity for folks to go hunt on those units, maybe a little more, but continue to maintain those management buck permits, and do that as a tool to also help manage the buck to doe ratio, but maybe help with some of the idea of management buck hunters might take bucks that are less desirable for the folks that draw the premium limited entry permits. We've been uber conservative on premium limited entry units for the last couple plan cycles, and there just seemed to be with this deer committee, based on disease information, production information, and opportunity demand, there seemed to be more of an appetite for slightly lower buck to doe ratios across the board, including those limited entry and premium limited entry units.
I know this often gets confused, so I'm just going to ask you to explain it. What's the purpose of a management buck hunt? Are we managing genetics in a herd?
I don't think we're able to manage genetics at the level that we're harvesting. And does have some antler genetics in them too that you obviously can't see unless you're, have animals in captivity or something, or able to look at stuff over generations. But we do see that folks that draw some of these really hard to draw permits, these premium limited entry permits, they're more interested in, bigger bucks, more points per side, that type of thing. And so you will sometimes see some of these older, they're obviously old mature bucks that maybe only have 2 or 3 points on the side. And they're perhaps less desirable. So it lets us remove some of those bucks from the population, makes room for other bucks. Most of our populations are resource limited. We're not harvesting a bunch of does on any of our deer populations anywhere. So our populations are probably resource limited. They grow when conditions are good and they shrink when conditions are bad. So removing some of those bucks that probably wouldn't get removed by hunters that draw the premium limited entry permit, it doesn't hurt, makes room for some other bucks, and allows us to capture some opportunity to harvest some of those bucks that perhaps wouldn't be harvested by the premium limited entry hunters. I don't think we're managing genetics through doing that. Not at the scale we're doing it at. If you really wanted to manage genetics, you'd have to get really aggressive with it and probably look at does and what their offspring do as well. And there's a lot of other factors that go into antler growth and antler development.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. I think it's one thing that people hear the word management and often think we're trying to manage more management of the buck to doe ratio than it is the antler genetics. So
Exactly. That's a great way to put it.
any other questions from RAC members?
Have you guys explored the management program on limited entry units? And just for context, like I decided to burn my points on Vernon. Saw a lot of, trophy 2 points and 3 points that just aren't going to get any bigger. So it's, if they considered that same type of management there.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember, Steve, you're on the committee with us there. I'm trying to remember. We didn't really talk much about expanding it to other units, but, and it's one that I know in the past when we first implemented the program, the management buck program, there was some discomfort and there've been some unfortunate situations where some hunters have unintentionally harvested bucks that weren't legal, and it puts you in a pretty tough situation when you have to take somebody's buck away from them or write them a ticket. So we've been a little hesitant to expand that program. I don't know that we're adamantly opposed to it, but we've been a little hesitant to expand that, and it just really never came up in the committee as something that just wasn't something that was discussed much. I think we pretty much felt like it's working pretty good how it is now. We'll just keep rolling with it how we're doing it now.
Okay. I was a little surprised and appreciated the info on the access under your access management, and obviously a lot of different things that go into impacting the deer herds, and I just say the elk herds as well. And the anyways, it was the OHV registrations more than quadrupling since 1998, and from that 52,000 to over 220,000 approximately. What are we doing? Are we able to do? Because again, we've targeted shed hunters and stuff like that, but where are we at in the process, or is there anything being done to work with land agencies on trying to manage and limit? Because it's having an impact. I'm seeing it personally in the field.
We've definitely seen huge increase in popularity of side by sides, they're just OHV registrations are just growing like crazy. We're a wildlife management agency. We the division owns some lands, and we have maybe more ability to manage travel specifically on the lands that we own. And you'll see on some of our WMAs, we have seasonal closures, that type of thing, to protect wildlife during vulnerable times of the year. When it comes to working on federal lands, or other private lands, we try to coordinate with the federal land management agencies and other partners to give input on, potential impacts from new trails or access. We try to represent the interests of wildlife. That's our charge, is to protect wildlife and try to look out for wildlife. And there's a lot of people that want to go ride their side by side on 4th of July weekend. And so, and the federal land management agencies, you folks that work with those agencies know, there's a lot of demand, there's a lot of balance, there's a lot of trade-offs, and there's wilderness areas and there's places where they have really high road densities and there's a lot of traffic. We try to evaluate those on a case-by-case basis and submit comments through the federal planning processes like the NEPA process. We have impact analysis biologists in all of our regions and also in our Salt Lake office that look at these really closely and try to provide meaningful, thoughtful comments of ways to allow for recreation, but also minimize negative impacts to wildlife. But it's a good point, and it's a hard issue, and there's a lot of demand.
Is that done regionally, like with the Forest Service and who's running there's a specific area I know of that they shut and lock gates on, Forest Service on October 1st. And I've seen that in a few areas. Is that just specific to that area, or is that something that's higher up the food chain or you know, in making those decisions or?
Yeah, and we might need to ask the, regional foresters or some of our, BLM district managers. I'm not 100% sure all the processes and what levels of approval those have to go through, but I do know our folks in the regions are in contact and have annual coordination meetings along with additional other contact throughout the year in that regard. And road closures, access, that type of thing. It's a sensitive topic. If you're in a county commission chamber right now, if you tell the Weber County Commission you're going to close a bunch of roads, to protect wildlife, I mean, they're going to have something to say about that, and they're going to want to discuss that. So it's a tricky situation. It's a tricky topic, and there's a lot of trade-offs and a lot of demand. We try to do the best we can there, and it's hard.
And then last question, you kind of covered the 18 to 20 bucks per $100 ratio in, certain areas, but where did they come to on landing on the 15 to 17, or was that a division? Was that a committee recommendation?
Yeah. So in that 15 to 17 and 18 to 20, those two, postseason buck-to-door ratios for general units, those are ones that we've used for the last couple plan cycles. I don't know exactly how we ended up, landing on those numbers, but in past plans, those have been objectives for our general season units. And we discussed that in the committee. We talked about maybe managing some units even lower than that to look at the productivity and seeing if managing lower than 15 to 17 might increase productivity. And there just wasn't appetite to go below that in the committee. We couldn't come to consensus on any units to go lower than that current 15 to 17. But we are recommending moving more units from that 18 to 20 category into the 15 to 17 category, which provides some more opportunity and maybe helps with disease resilience and productivity. We'll see on that. It's something we'll be looking at and monitoring. And there wasn't much appetite to go above 20 as you start getting close to that limited entry range. That's 25 to 30 bucks per 100 dose. So it's kind of some of the background of why we use those ranges, and it was all part of a committee discussion.
Okay, so it's just based off surveys the committee, because the data shows, like, I mean, maybe you disagree, but I'm pretty sure all the studies show it should be actually lower. And if you go to the glory days that everybody talks about of the 80s, it was post harvest was actually sub 10.
And how you hunt mule deer bucks, there's a lot of trade-offs involved. And, when we did the public survey and reached out to deer hunters, when we had the discussions on the committee, there's definitely a lot of folks that are really invested in, really want to see, more bigger bucks on the landscape. If you manage for lower buck-to-doe ratios, it's harder to see, more older age class, larger bucks. And so it's kind of this trade-off. And where we came out on it is a little lower than where we have been. Maybe not ideal if you're trying to just manage for herd productivity, but we're not just trying to manage for herd productivity because, people want to see a lot of deer, but they also want to see big deer. And it's maybe somewhere, something of a compromise kind of in the middle there. We talked about, like I said, maybe trying to manage a few units lower to see it'd be easier to document changes to productivity if we made bigger swings in the buck-to-doe ratio objectives. And we just couldn't get folks to feel comfortable going below.
So it's more of a social than
Probably so.
than the science and the data, right? And anyways, that's why my question, just because it's everybody and you hear the community, there's not enough deer on the landscape, and the science is clear on how we get more deer on the landscape. So that's, anyways, there'll be more conversation. Curious to hear all the questions and everything from
We could go back and
from the
forth on
community.
this for
Yeah,
hours.
forever. Yeah, that's just it. I want to hear from everybody that's here. So
Yeah, thanks, Ross.
Dex, can you, there's one paragraph added to the management plan with units with high private land. Can you speak to that? I know you and I discussed this a little bit. I'm very happy. It doesn't seem like a lot with one paragraph in there, but what does that mean for especially a number of units in northern Utah?
Yeah. And
how we
that was-
manage buck-to-doe ratios.
This was something that was discussed in the committee a little bit, and it comes up specifically in this region. This region has several of our general season deer units that have large blocks of private land, or large percentages of the deer habitat is private land. And there's some of the units where it's pretty extreme. And the reality is, on that private land, landowners are more selective on allowing access and allowing harvest. A lot of them are participants in the CWMU program. And so you end up with a higher buck-to-doe ratio. When our biologists classify, they try to classify, representative places across the unit. And if the unit's largely private land, you're going to see higher buck-to-doe ratios. So it can be almost impossible if we say we're going to manage the Morgan South Rich unit for 18 to 20 bucks per 100 does. We didn't want to create a plan that just, created some cycle where we just add permits and add permits and add permits and add permits to where there's like $0 left on public land, but we still are above the buck-to-doe ratio because of what's on private land. And so there is a paragraph in here talking about those types of units. And then on those units, we'd take that into account and probably base the permit numbers more so on maybe historic numbers, and hunter crowding and satisfaction issues would be taken into account rather than just add permits. The intention is not to give infinity permits on the Morgan South Ridge. The intent is to, kind of mirror the deer population and where we've been historically in the past, and try to set a permit number that's responsible biologically and also socially acceptable.
Thank you. Any other questions from RAC members? Okay, we'll open it up to questions for the public, or from the public, sorry. After that, we'll begin to move into comments. So if you have, again, any public comment cards on this item, sorry, wrong one, please get them turned into Jody over here. Any questions from the public? All right. Move to summarize public comments.
All right, so on this agenda item, we had 38 responses. Of those that responded, 13% strongly agreed, 37% somewhat agreed, 5% were neutral, 5% somewhat disagreed, and 39% strongly disagreed. And so the weighted average of that is 2.79. So 3 would be neutral on that scale. And so in terms of comments, we had quite a few comments that were actually directed towards the next agenda item. So I'll not talk about those. But those in support of the plan, quite a few comments about some excitement and interest in seeing the buck-to-doe ratios go down and the opportunity that would provide. We had some comments about appreciation for extended archery units and that opportunity. We had some comments about the early rifle hunts, and some people who commented that they were glad to see that we were distributing hunters between those rifle hunts. Some comments about adjusting permit numbers as well, and they like that we provide that in the plan, and the opportunity that gives the biologist to set permit numbers without going through the process. Some of the comments that disagreed, one comment about too much opportunity being in the plan. Quite a few comments about wanting to see more being done, with an emphasis on habitat, predation, vehicle mortality, road closures, and migration corridors. And we had a comment about traditional archery and wanting to see a unit that pertains specifically to that user group. A couple comments about the concerns about population estimate methods, using buck-to-doe ratios to estimate permit numbers. A comment about muzzleloader hunts, wanting to move that season to be starting on a weekend and have 2 weekends. A couple comments about higher buck-to-doe ratios, wanting to see those ratios a little bit different. One of them specifically wanted to bump that up to 16 to 18 instead of 15 to 17. And then a comment about splitting some of the bigger general season units, specifically the Box Elder and West Desert, and just making those smaller hunting units than just having a large hunting unit.
Okay, thanks, Blair. All right, we'll start with public comments. Just a reminder, if you represent yourself, it's 3 minutes. Representing the group will be 5 minutes. Let's start with Brandon Zundel, followed by Kevin Norman. We'll have you come to the microphone over here.
I'm all messed up. I'm used to being on the other side of the room.
This on?
So-
We good? Okay. Brandon Zundel representing myself. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your lives to do what you do, be here on the RAC. And I want to thank everybody that stood on the committee as well. I think that you guys did a really fantastic job on this mule deer plan. I was only disappointed in a couple of things on it. Number one, I did not see a way I could go down to Walmart and buy a Sportsman mule deer tag over the counter for $5. And there was one thing I specifically called out in a board meeting last year, and that was I really wanted to see a different name for the general season deer hunt. It's the only general season we have that actually has a limit on tags. I was hoping they'd come up with something more creative because it's really confusing. But all joking aside there, I think we're moving in the right direction with this. If this was just about managing mule deer, we wouldn't even have to have a meeting. It'd be very simple, but we're managing people as well, and trying to strike that balance between what's biologically would work versus what's going to keep your hunters happy, who funds this whole thing. It's a tough balance, and I think they're doing a really good job with this. I'm excited, hoping I hope to see the extended archery permit option. Hoping that takes some pressure off some of these, what I would call less desirable units. But there are people that actually want to hunt those units that are not getting tags right now because people are putting in for those units to hunt the extended. I hope that takes that pressure off of them. I just wanted to stand up here and say kudos because I think you guys did a really good job on this mule deer plan. So thank you.
Okay, Kevin Norman, followed by Ben Louder.
Kevin Norman representing SFW. Thanks for your time. SFW's official position is to support this program as presented, this mule deer plan. Curious and interested and excited about Brock and Randy's study on buck to doe ratio and how it affects our population growth. Hope they dive into that further and get more data on that to see if it confirms that we can grow deer by lower buck to doe ratio. So thanks for your time. And
Thanks, Kevin. Ben Louder, followed by Troy Justinson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder representing the Utah Archery Association. We had a representative on this committee, and he participated, I believe, in most, if not all, the meetings, represented as well. We support this plan as presented. And then, Mr. Chairman, just one additional comment. You were asking Dax about different ideas that were tossed around regarding the extended archery, that new hunt. I don't know if I should call it a hunt or a unit, or I'm not quite sure what to call it. But anyway, we feel like we were very well represented in that discussion by Chris, our representative, and we very strongly like it the way that it is presented in the plan. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Troy Justinson. That's the last comment card. If anyone else has one for this agenda item, please get it up here.
Troy Justinson, speaking as a member of the Mule Deer Committee, we actually discussed lowering the buck to doe ratio on some of those units to 13, but we couldn't find funds to buy us all bulletproof vests with all the other changes we made. So no, it is discussed, and there is a lot of science-based stuff based upon, the different studies between Brock and Randy and Kent. That's what a lot of our decision was based on. And then just trying to also mingle in, the public opinion, social issues. So as an individual who sits on that committee, do I agree with everything? No, but I do support the plan that's presented. We put a lot of time into it. There's over 40 some odd hours, 10 nights they're going through things. But the key thing is we run it through the public process. Just because we come as a committee and recommend those things doesn't mean it has to be that way. So the whole process now is to run it before you guys. And if we miss things, it needs to be pointed out. And so I appreciate the opportunity, but I do support the plan that's presented. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Okay, that's all we have for public comments. We'll open it up for RAC discussion. Who wants to start?
I'll start. I sat on the Mule Deer Committee too, and I want to thank the division for the job they did putting it together. This committee had all walks of life on it. Nobody got their way on this committee, but everybody left happy. And I just wanted everybody to know that it was well represented by many walks of life.
I was just, for the comment part, I was just gonna say, I really like, overall, I really like what was there. Not a huge fan of the emphasis on the predator control. I think that's, so I hope that communication, getting that data out, I think that'll be very, very helpful. And I really, really like, the extended archery decision. That was a good move.
Yes, I'll be the one. I have a lot of thoughts. I spent a lot of time reading. I've been doing a lot of research literally all year. I've read a bunch of Randy and Brock's studies, listened to things, and I just have a hard time. We talk as hunters, as conservationists, as people that are here to protect the wildlife, and I can understand the social aspects of people wanting big bucks and the buck ratio numbers, but if we're really here and it's about the wildlife, as I see lots of comments, in people in the public that you see on social, bottom line is, and in the population management goals, like to expand and improve mule deer population through the state within the carrying capacity of available habitats. I mean, the science is, it's not even a question. Now, that being said, I don't think we can go to a lower buck to doe ratio right off the bat, because it looks like by simply making the changes to the 15 to 17 on multiple units, it's already raising, looks like the opportunity to roughly a 90,000, if I remember correctly, range on tags. But if you look at the history of mule deer, and I get the social aspect, I want an opportunity to hunt big bucks and see big bucks, and I just go to, this is a general unit. It's an opportunity hunt. The guys that kill big bucks, there's a reason they kill big bucks. It's the same guys killing big bucks every year. And then there's a lot of people that just want that opportunity. And we were managing, I think it was around 2005, they went to 97,000 tags, is a management, and stayed around that for years. But in those years, they talked about, you see the ups and downs and the trends based on drought and good years and everything in between, and some winters that struggled. The buck to doe ratios in those times were around 13 to 15. And so there's no wonder why, even in those bad years before we hit kind of a peak capacity around 2000, I want to say it was around 2016-ish or so, that's when we saw buck to doe ratios hit their peaks. And then we've immediately seen now, through weather, through habitat, through other issues, at these higher buck to doe ratios, the bucks are the deer are struggling to recoup. So if the science says lower buck to doe, and within those studies, sorry, I'm kind of all over the place, but within those studies, and I've reached out for Andy and Brock a little bit on this, their numbers show from studies from Colorado, for every buck that you take off the landscape, you put 2 fawns on the landscape. 50% of your fawns are bucks. We talk when I hear the complaining, and you see it every year when people are putting in, they talk about wanting the opportunity, but we talk about the herds. And when tag draws come out, they complain because they didn't draw, because they didn't have the opportunity. You get everything back and forth. Then when it comes to the season, people are complaining about the number of deer that they see, or they didn't see big bucks and everything. And nobody's going to be happy. And we're trying to manage to everybody. And by trying to manage to everybody, you don't manage to anything. And to me, it should be just science first, not and social aspects separate or secondly. And I just think if you fix the deer herds, I go back to when I was a younger kid, teenager. I didn't know the days of the 80s. I wasn't born then. I was born in the early 80s. But when I look at it, for me, in my early days of hunting, and when deer herds were good, in late 90s, early 2000s. Everybody had that opportunity. I get social media wasn't around, but I just didn't see and hear the complaints about the bucks and the number of deer that they're seeing on the landscape. When you fix the herd, when there's enough deer on the landscape, you put more deer, there's naturally going to be as many or more bucks, and it naturally helps fix some of the social problems. So anyways, kind of a rant. I just think everything, I'd love to see a bigger push to move the buck to doe ratio lower if we're really worried about growing the herd.
I think overall, I like where most of this ended up. To your point, most, and to be realistic, most of what we do on the RAC and other things is we manage social issues, permit numbers and everything else. And the reality of deer management, I think, gets a little more simple. It's not hard to grow mature bucks. What's difficult is to try and manage and thread the needle between opportunity and deer on the landscape and maximizing productivity. And that's where I think it gets quite a bit more complex, because you're trying to give enough opportunity for people to hunt, but have enough bucks on the landscape that they have somewhat of a quality experience, but still get into decent herd growth. And there's a lot of aspects that go into all of that. And I think, either one, 15 to 17 and 18 to 20, I think both ends up in the social management realm. I'm guessing on the committee, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, there was probably discussion and everybody was okay with a different unit than they hunt being at 10 to 12, but as long as it was the one they weren't hunting.
That was exactly it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And that
Couldn't decide on a unit.
Right. And it's just human nature. It's nothing against members of the committee or anything. So, I'm okay with where the buck to doe ratios ended up. I brought up the point, and I'm actually happy to see us get rid of the age class on a premium limited entry, because that brought in a different number of different factors in how we had to manage permit numbers on those units. But I think that was a good place. I get a little concerned with the 30% permit number change. That can be, we're going to pick on the cash because we're probably going to pick on that all night. So on a unit with 4,000 tags, you're talking 1,800 tag swing without it coming through the process. So, and we have, we have the steps in place, and when the data tells us we can go there, that's fine. It's just right off the cuff that just feels like a little bit high, but I think overall we ended up in a pretty good spot with the plan as a whole. I certainly appreciate that the amount of time that goes into the committee work. There's a ton of meetings, and I've been part of a couple of committees, and there's a lot that goes into that. And what can be hard sometimes is harnessing all the discussions that take place in the committees and being able to communicate that to everybody, because there's a ton of discussion and challenges that go back and forth before these proposals come out. So, and it sounds very simple, and that's why I had Dax explain it's one simple paragraph in there, but for Northern Utah, I'm very happy that we have the exception or caveat or whatever you want to call it in the plan. And it's come into play many times on the units up here, Morgan, South Rich, and East Canyon and Chalk Creek and others, where you just hammer these units with tags, because we hand the division a plan and said, this is your buck to doe ratio and you have to manage to it. And it goes over and over and over again, and you're cramming more and more hunters on public land, and we kill less bucks with the more permit numbers. So I appreciate the fact that we got that added in there to give the biologists some leeway in how we're looking at this up here in these units, and not just trying to cram more and more people on the little bit of public land that we have to deal with. So I'm pretty happy overall with where it ended up. Any other comments from RAC members? Okay, we'll call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the division's proposal on this.
Motion to accept is presented. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by James, seconded by Nikki. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll call for a vote. Marshall,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Darren,
Yes.
Casey,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Nikki,
Yes.
and Ross.
No.
Motion passes 10-1. Ross, you want to state your reasoning for opposition?
Just as I said, I just think I'm okay with the 15 to 17 now, but I think in time in the 3 years, and maybe that comes up in the conversation in a couple of years. But it just comes back to, as I said before, I think it's managing to the science and the data, and the social will take care of itself.
Thank you. All right. Move on to agenda item number 6, mule deer hunt structure research proposal and R657-5. Kent.
Thank you. Do you want a summary or?
Yeah, if you want to give us a summary and any points of clarification or anything you want to add.
I don't think much clarification, at least not yet. We'll see what happens and go through the process. But just a summary, just to refresh people's memory. We proposed a research study last fall. A lot of the feedback we got from the RACs and then ultimately from the board was to take that back through to the Deer Committee and get their input. So that's exactly what we did. We discussed it at several meetings with them. And what they came up with was what's presented as 3 units using restricted weapons, including the Cache, the Beaver West, and the Boulder Caparowitz. 1 unit, the Thousand Lakes, which is limited entry, and moving that into restricted weapons for all 3 weapons, archery, muzzleloader, and rifle. On the first 3, it's just muzzleloader and rifle. Archery would be the same. And then putting a 4-point or better restriction on the Pine Valley for adults only. Youth would be able to harvest any buck. And I guess one clarification on that did come up. We were asked about what happens with youth that are being mentored by an adult. They would be subject to the conditions of the adult tag. So if the youth draws their own tag, they could hunt any buck. If they're being mentored with an adult tag, it would be 4-point or better.
All right. Start with questions from RAC members.
How does it impact, is there a discussion around the dedicated hunters in these units?
Yeah, I mean, it was brought up. Basically, we took a rule change around for dedicated hunters last fall. That basically what was said there is that dedicated hunters would, basically we could change at any time during the program what the board passed. They could change during any time the program and they would have to follow the regulations. So basically the option dedicated hunters could have would be to drop out of the program and they could apply for something else. But we do not have any options to give their points or refund any money back.
Why the continued push for a point restriction?
It's something we keep hearing from the public. This was discussed at quite a few meetings for the Deer Committee. It was very split. It initially it was not approved or it wasn't fully supported. It wasn't fully supported on multiple occasions. And then it just kind of kept coming back. And ultimately the committee decided they would support it as long as that exception for youth was implemented. But it was not, it certainly was not unanimous. It was kind of I think a 1 vote difference on when it was approved by the committee and to go forward in part of the research study.
So and just in the studies, I mean, it's been done. Has there ever been a time where doing a point restriction showed that it was to the benefit of the herd?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Like, what does it actually usually normally show?
It It depends how it's implemented. Things are a little different now than what most studies have been done under. What we're proposing is a 4-point or better restriction. So it would put pressure, it would essentially take pressure off the yearlings and the 2-year-olds and put a lot of pressure on the 3s plus. When studies have been done as a 3-point or better, they typically they take pressure off the yearlings, but put all the pressure on 2 plus. So that is a little different, a little more restrictive under this scenario, to at least save the 2-year-olds, which would then be 3-year-olds the following hunting season. It depends on exactly how you look at it. When we've done it in the past, it's been general season hunting. So it's been units that you could pick and choose from. So you could hunt this and you'd have to follow the restriction, but you could still go somewhere else if you chose to. We hunt a lot differently now. We have a lot better optics. We have this unit specific hunting. So the hope would be from the people who are supportive of it is that we could save a lot of those mature bucks for following years. And so we would keep having this influx of 3-year-old plus bucks. And then obviously you're not going to take all of them. But they want to do this to provide people the opportunity to get out and hunt, but we restrict what they can take so that we can provide lots of tags, but still have lots of bucks on the landscape.
As I understand it, reading studies, anytime there's been a point restriction, it's has damage to the herds. Herds of you've seen, anyways.
Define damage. I don't know. I mean,
Essentially, they've seen the herd reduced.
yeah, and I don't know enough about we didn't have when we implemented it, we didn't have real great population data, so I can't speak to how it actually affected the herd itself. What we did see when we did it is that it would we did have increased wounding loss, which is obviously problematic. We did see a lot more pressure on that mature segment, at least at the 3-point or better level. So it actually ended up with less mature bucks after the hunt. So that if you want more, the 3-point or better might not get you what you want, which is exactly why I think the 4-point is what's being proposed. It will certainly restrict harvest, and depending on how you decide to manage it, if you have a large segment of yearlings and 2-year-olds coming into that population, you could have a lot more bucks on that landscape, which based on some of the data we see, if you increase the buck-doe ratio too much, it could be a drag on that population. So there is that component, but right now I'm all talking about other studies. I can't say that's ever been tried on a specific point restriction that we've looked at, and certainly not with the technology and ability to research things that we have today.
I won't belabor the point restriction, but I have very much the same concern. And the state did do a 3 points or better in some units some time back.
Back in the
100,
80s, yes.
and just, well, I won't belabor it. So the meeting will be long enough. I'm curious in the weapons restrictions, as I recall, part of it was wanting to get data to see what the results would be by removing the scopes on the rifle. You think it? So this is me being negative. So I'll admit, I'm very skeptical that you're going to get good data on the cache, and the cache is the one I'm going to be worried about because that's the only one anyone here is going to worry about. Because what's going to happen is poor box elder, and I'll put down a lot of money on it, is going to get a whole lot more applications when this goes into effect. So you think you're really going to get valid data with people? In my opinion, people are just going to leave and hunt somewhere else.
I'd be absolutely amazed. It could affect drawing odds, and that's something we want to certainly look at. I'd be amazed if we don't sell all the tags on the cache.
It will still sell, but you're not going to have, I don't know what the numbers are, the people that put into cache normally. Let's say it's 10,000 just for fun. You're not going to have 10,000 people putting in this year. And those people that are leaving are going to put into box elder or wherever else that doesn't have those restrictions.
And I think that's exactly what we want to look at in many ways, is what is the interest level in these hunts? We hear through the RACs, I mean, obviously you hear some opposition, but you also hear quite a bit of support people who want to see this kind of stuff implemented, at least on parts of units or parts of the state, maybe not their own backyard. But there is certainly an interest in it. There's people who are concerned about the level of technology has gotten too much, and we need to bring that back down. And that's exactly what we're proposing this to see what that interest level is. And then what does that look like on the ground and how does that affect hunting?
So I appreciate you saying that because I'm an advocate. I loathe the long distance shooting. I think it's a horrible deal. But that's what our primitive weapons are for also. So I was a big fan and an advocate of removing the scopes or the powered scopes from muzzleloaders. But I'll admit, I had some real concerns with the restrictions on the rifles during the rifle season. My primary one is just the money. Was that discussed? How much was that? Because if you're talking of, maybe a lot of us here in the room we can cough up an extra $300-400 per decent rifle. There's a lot of families that's an issue, and that's just buying one rifle. What if they have to buy 2 or 3 rifles?
Yeah, obviously it's a definite negative side to it. And I think that's why we're not going full bore into running this on every unit across the state. We understand people have rifles that, they got several $1,000s into them. And it costs money to buy new. We don't want to be this huge burden on people, but there's also this voice that wants to try and manage things a little bit differently so that we can save that top end bucks and provide lots of opportunity for hunting. And it was discussed quite a bit at the committee about where do we go with these? What units do we do it on? We started, especially with our proposal last fall, we kind of focused on southern Utah. That's where we heard most of the concern or issues that we wanted to try and tackle. But the committee wanted to go a little bit broader and go statewide and try and do some of our larger units, one of our larger units, which is the cache in terms of population and permit numbers. And so they felt strongly that we wanted to try it. And we even talked about, do we just not restrict muzzleloaders and maybe just look at the rifle and keep rifle the same, especially since it just took scopes off of them a year ago. But the committee felt like, let's just, if we're going to do it, let's go all the way. Except for archery, which they felt was restricted enough as is, given their half the success of muzzleloader and rifle. But certainly it is an issue. When you make change, there's always going to be some issues and some things that are going to be more difficult on some people, and that's not something anybody likes, but that's just the unfortunate reality, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
I would imagine there was discussion regarding reducing magnification instead of just taking the scopes off, and I'd be curious to know how that discussion went and how that would play into the context that you talked about, what you're trying to accomplish if it went that direction.
I don't remember much discussion on that. Steve, I don't know if you can chime in.
No, we were trying to follow the primitive weapon system that was already implemented by I believe the technology committee, and I don't remember talking about that, but then you got guys with a 9-power scope down to 1,000 yards. We wanted to restrict them more with the way we went.
Yeah, we already had a definition for restricted rifle, restricted muzzleloader on the books. And I think, there's a lot of gray area in between where you can go unrestricted to the full restricted, but we also didn't want to muddy the water too much with lots of different variants of that.
We got a question from Ryan online.
I'm just curious. I hear comments about studies speaking to the ill effects of point restrictions and those sorts of things, specifically Ross, as you were referencing that you were able to find some and read those. What were the names of those studies and where are they published? I would like to go read those.
They're studies that have been done by BYU, and I also reached out to some people there, and they referenced to some studies done in Colorado. That's back to point the buck to doe ratios as well as point the point basically restrictions, and so anyways, I call out Brock and Randy, and they did stuff specific to Utah. They've also talked where things have been done in other states. So it's a lot of BYU studies, and it's on their websites. I can try to pull them up and send them to you separate after the meeting if you want.
Yeah, would you please? I'd be thankful.
Yep.
Just For the record, I'm not aware of any antler point restrictions that Brock and Randy have done. I know other states have done some. We did some study of what we did in the late 80s. Most studies have always been done post hoc, so the antler restriction has been put in place, and you kind of scramble to figure out what the effect was. Part of what we're trying to do with this research is get ahead of it, and we have a bunch of pre-data on some units, and then we'd be able to implement it. We could look at the effects. But
yeah, a lot of the reference that I read to is done with other states that have implemented it more so than Utah. It's never worked, whether Utah, whether Colorado, whether I think they did some in Wyoming. Like it's never across every state in the West that's tried it. It's never worked. It's shown ill effects the opposite direction. So specific in Brock, I reached out and asked some questions around it that you referenced. So anyways.
Kent, I know there's been some talk to cut the size of the study down in the units, like carving off a piece of the unit. What's your opinion on that?
yeah, overall, I think it's doable for sure. We kind of put it on the whole unit. That's the level we're currently managing the population at. That's what we get our estimates at, our survival rates at, our buck-doe ratios at. So it's a little bit cleaner to go that way. I spoke with Sam about it though, and he went back in through his classification data, and we do still have, if we split the north part off there and made that the restricted, he's still classifying close to 400 deer in that area. So it's a pretty good sample of being able to look at the number of mature bucks, and if that switches at all, and we'd have a comparison with the South Cache. So I certainly think it's doable. It hurts the biological data that we'd get a little bit, but certainly an option.
That's what I'm worried about. And, I follow the collar stuff with you guys enough to know that deer don't stay on the north side. They don't stay on the south side. Some go to Idaho, some go from the north to the south the winter, and vice versa. So thank you.
Well, you may or may not know this, maybe somebody else from the division. What's been the feedback from the other regions on some of these other units as far as this proposal is concerned with Boulder, Beaver West?
I have heard very little for Beaver West and Boulder. There is a bunch of chatter on Pine Valley and the 4 point or better, and where that should land, some being in favor, some being completely against. So, we're the first RAC here, so I haven't had a whole lot of feedback other than that. But yeah, it's been pretty quiet on the Boulder front and Beaver West for the restricted weapons side.
Any other questions from RAC members? Okay, any questions from the public? Brandon?
Can you elaborate a little bit more on why you picked these units for the study? I mean, specifically the cache for the north. I mean, we got Box Elder and Morgan, South Ridge, East Canyon, Ogden. There's a lot of units. Why did we pick the cache? Why did we pick the Boulder? Why did we pick the Beaver? I think I know why we picked Pine Valley, but can you just be a little bit clearer on why we picked each of these units?
Yeah, I think, we threw everything out to the committee, and all units were on the table, I think. Boulder was part of the original proposal from last fall. A lot of interest down there in trying the restricted weapons, and so I think that's where that came from. The Beaver West being a new unit with relatively small deer population, we didn't really know how that would work as a standalone unit, so we thought maybe that would be a good one to focus on with a limited success hunt with low population of deer. And then for cache, there was just some interest in having a larger population across the state. I mean, Manti was initially thrown out. We talked about some other ones, which is our biggest unit in the state. So they wanted a more productive, a larger unit than some of what we have in southern Utah. Obviously, anytime you propose restrictions, it's somebody's backyard, regardless of what unit it is. And so it's hard to pick units. And I think what was discussed in the deer plan just a little bit ago, we talked about doing some research on these, moving some units down to 12 to 14, and really thought that was going to be a part of this proposal. But when it came down to it, we could not decide on a unit that was acceptable for everybody. And so, just to try and, I guess the easiest answer I can, or the best answer I can give is just trying to get a productive unit that's a little bit, a decent population of deer, to see how it would work in something like that.
Any other questions from the public? Just state your name and then your question, please.
Jeff Davis. I just have a question regarding the point restrictions as well. Is that going to be used as a method to increase the number of tags in those units?
I wouldn't say it's a method to increase tags, but I think a result of it would be a likely increase of tags. We would plan to manage for the 18 to 20 buck to doe ratio. And so assuming harvest and number of animals killed is reduced and the population still, if we're in a good cycle like we are now and we're still having a growing population, then ultimately the result would be to increase tags to try and manage at that buck to doe ratio.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the public? Okay. Summarize public comments. If anyone has a comment card for this item hasn't been turned in yet, please do so now.
All right, so lots of interest in this agenda item. We had 44 responses. Of those, 27 strongly agreed, 27%, 5% somewhat agreed, 7% were neutral, 5% somewhat disagreed, and 57% strongly disagreed. So very polarizing. Weighted average was 2.41. We also had 41 comments on this topic. Much of those revolved around the restricted weapons component, specifically to the cache. So there were some comments that were supportive of that. It was roughly about 25% of those. Those comments, to summarize those, were largely just interest in doing something new, like to see that we're going to be promoting more mature bucks and more hunting opportunity at the same time. Those comments also kind of focused around the bear chase concept and just making it more fair for the deer, I guess, of not having optics on rifles. There was some support for not allowing people to use the collar hunting data in hunting. I don't know if that was part of this agenda item or not, but that was in there. As well as support for the antler restrictions concepts for this proposal. For those who disagreed, it was roughly about probably 80% of the comments received on this topic were in that category. And just to summarize those, there were quite a few people that expressed concern that people will think this is to increase deer herds, where it's not. A lot of comments revolving around wounding loss, a lot of comments around youth hunters and how that would impact them as far as recruitment and retention, as well as just general participation. A lot of comments about older hunters and troubles they may have with vision as you get older, not being able to see open sights. Some comments about preferring to, or having these on general season units and preferring to see these as their own hunt type, like the hams hunts. A lot of comments about the financial barriers this may impose on people of having to buy new equipment or modifying existing equipment. A lot of comments about the fact that it's just going to be hard for people to even find equipment that have open sights because a lot of modern rifles aren't made that way anymore. Some comments about hunters' ability to shooting beyond their ability. Some comments about eroding family tradition, how this might impact the family hunt. Some comments about dedicated hunter program, impacts to people currently in the program or people potentially future participants even wanting to join the dedicated hunter program. There were some comments on trying this on different units, ones that had fewer hunters and weren't quite as large as the cache that has a lot of tags given out each year. There were some comments that supported the rifle changes, but not the muzzleloader changes. And in fact, quite a few comments that just mainly opposed any changes to the muzzleloader, probably part of the carryover from last year with the scope changes that were made. And then some comments from people that said they'd rather see any of the other options on the cache besides the no scopes. They'd rather see point restriction, shorter seasons, lower tags, or even less opportunity than to hunt without a scope. So aside from those comments specifically to restricted weapons, some other comments that we received People wanted to see just more season dates to help spread people out, probably that early rifle season idea. Concerns that more bucks would never negatively impact the population, as well as potentially promote CWD. Some comments that didn't support the antler restrictions at all. Some comments that youth and seniors should be exempt from the weapon restrictions. A comment or two about people wanting to see archery restrictions as well and not exclude them from that with this proposal. And then kind of one of the major things, probably with a lot of the comments, where people just were tired of seeing changes every year. They feel like it's a lot of confusion and they'd like to just see things stay consistent for a while.
Thank you. Probably the longest summary we've had to give so far, so. Okay, we'll move into public comment. Start with Brian Brown, followed by Dave Anderson.
I'm Brian Brown, representing myself. I've been dedicated hunter and have been for probably 15 years. So I don't like the fact that now this is a primitive hunt. Can't use a scope, can't use a capped muzzleloader or a prime muzzleloader, because I wouldn't put in for the cash knowing that was coming up for that reason, because I have both. And then when I read it, maybe I read it wrong, it talked about the bow restriction too. Excuse me. Which I don't usually rifle hunt, usually bow hunt, muzzleloader hunt. So I was pretty adamant that it was crap. But it sounds like there's a lot of people have the same comments. And the loss of older hunters or people that just can't see very well using open sights kind of irritated me, but it is what it is. Maybe we don't want to lose any hunters, but we're going to have more wounded game that's not retrieved, or they can't find them because they take questionable shots. That's why I wanted to say something, about the restrictions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Dave Anderson, followed by David Allen.
Dave Anderson, and thank you for putting these proposals and things together. I know it's a lot of work, and I do represent myself, and I think that's your problem. You do have an ability to collect information. Look at the representation of 4,000 hunters. We could, with the mandatory reporting system, it would take a couple of years to gather the data, but we could find out from the public how they'd want to proceed. Rather than taking a guess and making it into a study, let's look with data and actual facts, then blend in with your population of reducing the buck numbers in order to have a healthier herd, particularly on the cache where our winters are severe. If we could time when we harvested based on our winters, it seems like every 6 to 10 years, we really have a big winter and it kills a lot of deer. And so if we could predict that, we could do a better job of managing, but we can't. So you have to maintain probably that lower number in order to get the deer on the ground and get the reproduction done with the does. So once again, I appreciate it. I'm one of the guys that put in that I can't see anymore. And so I'm opposed to this proposal based on site limitations. Also, we took the scopes off of muzzleloaders, and the muzzleloader definition would require us to get yet another muzzleloader with a exposed 209 or musket cap nipple. And so that's a new gun. Most of your guns don't have sights. And plus, if you're going to go hunt elk, you're going to use that same gun to hunt elk as you do deer. I don't know. Maybe a lot of people have a lot of guns. If you want to use Grandpa's 30-30, you can still do that under the current recommendations, under the current guidelines. So the guys that want to go back and try different guns and things like that, they can still do that. But to limit it for everyone, I'm not sure it's a good idea. And particularly where we don't have a large representation tonight of affecting this proposal and that's just the cash of 4,000 hunters. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. David Allen, followed by Brandon Zundel.
Hello, my name's David Allen. First of all, I appreciate you taking the time and the effort to put this type of a venue together and receive input from the public, because I think that's really important. A lot of my concerns, I think, were mentioned in the summary report by Blair, so I won't focus on a bunch of those. I will say this, I just spent 5 weeks in the hills scouting for elk and then hunting elk, scouting for deer, and then hunting deer in the South Cache unit. I happen to own some private property up there. And so with the exception of Sundays, I spent every day for probably 5 weeks up there. And I don't know exactly what the objectives of doing this study are. I've heard some of the objectives. I suspect one of the objectives, when they say to provide more opportunity, is to sell more tags. If you go to iron sites, you're going to reduce the harvest rate, I think, dramatically. If the harvest objective is still the same, then you're going to be able to maybe double the number of tags that you sell. I was camped at the top of Herd Hollow and Cali Canyon. I don't know if you know where those are. And I had hunters from 3 o'clock in the morning till 1 o'clock in the morning coming back. I've got pictures of like 20 trucks and their license plates that were parked on my ground going out to hunt. Some of them were hunting my ground, trespassing. I had it pretty heavily posted. This is the first year I posted it, so I understand it takes a while for people to, to get used to that. But the pressure in the area, and I spent my time between Dip Hollow and Logan Peak, and the pressure that's on the deer, even with these number of hunters, is amazing. Another concern I have is, and when it comes to hunter experience, I'm one of the guys, I saw some nice bucks. I didn't shoot a buck. I certainly wouldn't have shot at anything that was 2 or 3 or even small 4 points. My goal was 30 inches or more. And I saw a buck that was like that. And I saw another buck that was harvested like that. The fact that I saw those bucks, that was a successful hunt for me. When I first bought this place, I hunted for 3 years. I drove all over the place. I think in 3 years, I saw 5 does, a couple of fawns. Maybe I didn't know what I was doing back then. But I called the biologist. I says, how come there's no deer up here? And the lack of winter range is a real big problem with the cache unit, especially South Cache. We get a bad winter and we wipe out a whole bunch of deer. So from a hunter perspective, just to be able to see the deer, know that they're there, it adds a lot to a successful hunt. And the last
About 10 more seconds there, David.
Pardon me?
You have about 10 more seconds.
Okay. The last concern I have is when you put this you're going to put a distance restriction on where people can shoot. The bucks that are going to be most vulnerable and most of the pressure is going to be concentrated on the 2-point bucks, the spikes in the 2 points, because they're the least experienced. They're the more susceptible to being shot. And if we concentrate the harvest on the small bucks, then in time you don't have the big bucks either. And I think it all adds to just a dramatically diminished hunting experience at the expense of the deer herd too. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Brandon Zundel, followed by Jeff Davis.
Brandon Zundel, again, I represent myself. I didn't thank everybody that's out here for showing up tonight. I'm always a big advocate at saying, get out there and get to the RAC meeting and make your voice heard. And I'm glad to see a lot of people here. I'm going to just let you know right up front, I support these proposals or support this because I'm going to try to hit a bunch of different points and I'll probably ramble over my time. But first of all, I'm not a big fan of point restrictions. I've never been a fan of that kind of a study, but this is a point restriction study that we've never done. We've never done a 4-point restriction. We've done 3-point, but we didn't have the kind of measurement data back then though that we have now. So I think a lot of people push for it. Let's give it a try. And on that same note, we also should try these other weapons because guess what? We've never in the history of the state of Utah, have we tried weapon restrictions. In all the studies and different things we've done, we've never tried weapon restrictions. That's one thing we've never tried. So this is an opportunity to try that. And you know what? We had to pick some units. And unfortunately, one of those is my unit. It's these guys' unit. It's right here. And it's my backyard. And I'm an archer. If the archery was restricted, I'd like to say that I would be one of those that was disappointed, but I'm not, because I already hunt with a longbow. But you've got to pick somewhere, and it's going to be somebody's backyard. There's a lot of talk about it's going to increase wounding rates. That's one of the things we want to find out. It might not. It may not be desirable. Maybe not enough people are going to hunt these units. Maybe. That's one of the things we want to find out. We're not going to find this out if we don't do the study. There's a lot of people mentioned the cost. I was a muzzleloader hunter for a long time, and when the scopes were allowed and inlines started to become more and more efficient, a lot of people spent a lot of money to buy some pretty fancy guns in order to be able to hunt deer because they couldn't draw a rifle tag. I think people will spend the money to draw a tag. They may not currently hunt the cache, and they may not currently own a rifle without sights. They may not currently own a traditional muzzleloader, but I'll bet by next year they will, because they want to hunt. So somebody else might say, you know what, I'm not going to hunt the cache then. Somebody else is going to take their place. I can promise you that. Maybe not immediately, but I had a conversation a little bit with Lindy about, this will make it easier to draw the muzzleloader tag. She said, maybe not. It'd
About 10 seconds.
Take 3 or 4 years to find out. So anyway, let's find out. And let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Jeff Davis, followed by Kevin Norman.
Jeff Davis, represent myself. A lot of the concerns that I have been discussed already. One of the biggest concerns that I do have is with the weapons restrictions, if it gets to a point where the amount of deer not being harvested and more tags are being issued. On the cache unit, there's obviously a lot of public land, and the more people you put up there, the tougher it gets, because you're competing with all the people that are out recreating, with people on their side-by-sides, and it just creates havoc. And I just don't want that to happen. There's already enough people up there. It's already crowded now, which is, I'm not complaining about that part of it. People need to get out and hunt. They have their rights to do it. Everybody has a chance to enjoy what they like to do. But I think at a certain point, it could be pushed too far. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Kevin Norman, followed by Ben Louder.
Kevin Norman, representing SFW. Dave, you must not been to a RAC in a long time, because there's a lot of people here. I'm actually proud of how many people showed up tonight. I know it's still a small representation, but I think it's cool that so many people showed up and voiced their opinion on this, and this process works, and it's a good sight to see so many people show up with their opinions. As far as SFW's position, as you know, we have a fulfillment committee. It's compiled of our chapter chairs from around the state. We get together and they vote on SFW's position. So regarding this agenda item, SFW supports all these with the exception of 2 things. We're not in support of the antler point restriction on the Pine Valley. The reason why is there's concern that the harvest is going to be so low, the tags are going to go through the roof, and it's going to be a mess. That's probably the biggest concern and there's been other things mentioned about antler point restriction, and they're all valid, and there's reason to be concerned. The other is the cache. This was a highly discussed topic. At the end of the day, we voted to proposed splitting the cache, following the north cache, south cache, elk boundaries, making the north restricted weapons, leaving the south as is. The reason is it is probably more palatable. People can draw the cache. They can still choose how they're going to hunt. It is, if you hunt the north cache and you want to long range it, it's probably not going to work, and you might have to look into the south. But to Randy's point, it might not force everybody to go to box elder like you're thinking. I think the whole idea behind trying this, in my opinion, is to help the quality go up and also the opportunity go up. For me, I just want to hunt with my family and friends. We had a big deer camp and it was awesome. And I just want there to be more tags. And at the same time, I want to see good bucks. I think there's too much put into what success looks like. And for me, and the way I teach my kids is, not everybody deserves a trophy, but it sure is nice to go see good bucks. And I'd like to hear stories again about the ones that got away. My 13-year-old boy's hunted his butt off archery and comes home telling me how he screwed up every time, and the ones that got away, and it's awesome. And I hope we give this a shot in some fashion and see what happens. Maybe it's a bust and it doesn't work and we say forget it in a few years, but I'd sure like to give it a shot and see what happens and see if we can create a little more opportunity on these general units. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Ben Louder, followed by Garrett Larson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Louder, representing the Utah Archery Association. I'm going to break this into two parts. So speaking specifically first to the recommendations with the restricted weapons on the couple of general units in the Thousand Lakes, we support that recommendation as presented. Concerning the antler point restrictions on the Pine Valley, generally speaking, we do not like antler point restrictions. That said, we understand that this is a continued pressure from a segment of the population that wants to try this, and we're willing to get behind it on one unit like this to try it for a few years, with one caveat. This is being presented in this agenda item as a research project, and we believe that the exception for the youth just invalidates the study right from the start. And so if we're going to do this as a research project, let's make it a real research project. And so for that reason, we don't support the exception on the Pine Valley antler point restrictions for the youth. We believe if we're going to do this, the rules need to apply to everybody. And that's our position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Garrett Larson, followed by Troy Justinson.
Garrett Larson, representing myself. Thank you for your time. I want to support the cache restriction for the scopes. I think that, like Kevin said, I think that you're going to have more deer, and so you're going to have more opportunities. Opportunities are very important for me as an aging hunter, and it's also important for my sons that aren't getting a tag but every 2 or 3 years now. So I think we'd have more opportunities. I also think that we'll have older age class bucks, which I also think is important. And I think I do think you'll have a healthier deer herd. As far as not being able to see the deer, the first 25 years of my hunting, I never shot a deer more than 100 yards, maybe 150 yards. So I don't think that's a problem. I think it's more exciting to get closer to the animal. I do think that more animals are wounded with the long range stuff. That's what I've seen. A lot more animals are wounded with that than if you were to get up close and shoot a deer at 100 yards with open sights. So that's how I feel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Garrett. Troy Justinson, followed by Travis Hobbs.
Troy Justinson, representative on the Deer Committee. Robert, addressing the scopes, we did talk about a little bit as far as the power restrictions on them, but we felt like it was a law enforcement nightmare that now every gun had to be checked. And how do you determine it's a 3-power, a 9-power, and then also putting our conservation officers in an awkward position that had so many loaded guns, so to speak, type deal. And so that's why we kind of shot that down. You know, as far as the point restriction goes, holy cow, that was something that just kept coming back like a bad dream. And from my standpoint on it, I personally don't support it, but finally came to the conclusion, you know what, let's put this sucker to bed one last time. Let's do it. You know, Representative Ship who sat on there, he represents a constituent down in that southern part of the state that wanted it real bad. And so it was a compromise. They're saying, all right, we'll do it. But, you know, it was, you know, like I said, it was just a compromise to finally put it to rest one last time. You know, Brandon, you brought up the point is how did we choose these areas? We hear a lot of it. Hey, I support this, but I don't want it in my backyard. I'll tell you one reason why we came up with the boulder. That's my backyard. And I didn't want that excuse of somebody saying, hey, not in your backyard. The boulder's where I hunt. And I did it for a selfish reason, for the simple fact I'm 56 years old. And currently it takes 5 to 6 years to draw the boulder. It's not one of the top units. There's very few permits there. So if you go along that lines, I'm not a lifetime license holder. Realistically, I have maybe 3 deer hunts left in me. Like's been pointed out here a little earlier, it's about the opportunity to hunt. I don't care if I'm out there with the slingshot or whatever. I want the ability to go with my grandchildren, my family, to go out and hunt. Is it going to increase quality? You bet it is. I guarantee it is going to increase quality, but it also provides a way for us to increase opportunity. You don't hear much talking about the boulder, and quite frankly, the majority of our constituents down in that southern region are in support of it. And I get the concerns. There is going to be added cost. It's not all pros. There is some cons to it, but I do think it is worth exploring to see if people like it, if it in fact does increase the quality of the animals on the unit and provides more opportunity. So as a representative on the Mule Deer Committee, I would ask you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Travis Hobbs. That's the last comment card we have on this item.
It's always hard to follow up Troy. He's always got good comments. The opportunity versus quality. Guys, I don't think there's any other way to provide both. Dax brought it up. It's always a concern. It's opportunity versus quality. There's only really one way to provide that, and I think it's limiting weapon systems. I know over the past few years, it's been kind of tough for me to see. I heard about the Southern Utah regions going to, taking 2, 3, 4 points to draw. I thought, well, that's never going to happen up here on the cache. It's never going to happen, Box Elder. Well, we're there. How do we I guarantee I wouldn't be standing here if I had to, when I was a kid, had to hunt one every 4 years. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't care. I think what this could do is bring back a deep tradition of Utah hunters, and that was to go hunting every year. When I was a boy in the 90s, you drove through Logan, Utah, any of the cache, there was orange in every pickup. It was a big deal. Family deer camps, they were everywhere. It all went away. Everything's went away. We have very limited opportunity. People are complaining about too many hunters. Go back to Logan Canyon in 1990. It was insane. We can handle more pressure. It's not that big of a deal. And I think this could be a way where we could see some quality and to provide more opportunity. I want my daughter to be able to hunt every year. I really want that opportunity. I want other kids to get passionate about this. So someday in 20 years, when I'm too old or 30, whatever, we'll see that they would come here and represent the future generation's interest. I think this makes a whole bunch of sense. A couple things. I just wanted to mention the money thing. Guys, it doesn't take a new rifle. These rifles can be tapped. There can be sights added onto them. That's not that big of, there is a barrier of entry there. I get it, but it's not a $500 rifle. I also wanted to point out the North Cache elk tag. This is pretty amazing what has happened. So there's a limited hams type hunt up there. The age class keeps going up and tags are going up with it. How else? That hasn't happened since what, 2007, 8, probably, where we had age class like rising like this. I don't know for sure, but it's unbelievable. The quality is there and the opportunity to hunt's there. And a lot of people really support it. I think in 5 years, you're going to see a whole bunch of hunters congregating in the cache. And I think it's going to create a whole new problem. And I think they're going to be asking it in other places. This hasn't been done anywhere. Let's do it. Let's give it a shot, and let's do it unit wide so we get very specific data. I don't want to split half the hunters, north cache, south cache. That's not going to work. Let's just do it. Let's just give it a go. It's the worst that can happen.
Thank you, Travis. Okay, that's all the public comments we have on this item. So open it up for RAC discussion.
I'll lead it.
Wrap it up. I'll admit this is, and like I said, I said my bias earlier. I hate long distance shooting, but I've got real concerns with the weapons restriction on general. That really bothers me. And the 3-point thing, just because we have stubborn people doesn't mean we have to get into them. I mean, there's no data supporting point restrictions. There's none. This has been, and every year we talk about it, and every year the division said there's no support. And not just that, if you just look, do a little research on your own, there is no support that point restrictions helps a herd. But there just isn't any. This is just caving to peer pressure. I don't get it. So I was honestly, I was disappointed with this proposal. And both these items, the weapon restriction and the points restriction, I just can't support. And one thing I did forget to ask, Kent, and I apologize. Are there any CWMU or LOAs within the cache unit? I forgot to look it up on the map.
There are a couple CWMUs, I believe.
Okay, and if these rules go through, this is going to apply to them, correct?
No, because they're their own unit.
Okay, then that's a double no for me.
Triple no for me. We have a limited resource here. It's like water in Utah. We think we can keep developing and developing, and science will just produce more and more and more. And we've scienced the hell out of everything. And that's what we're doing here. And for every reason Blair mentioned, I think it's the worst idea I've ever heard, and I've been on this rack. You're about ready to kick me off any day. And I've been on it a lot of years, and I've not said one damn thing sitting here. But this has got me fired up. More opportunity. That isn't necessarily a great idea. For culturally speaking, that doesn't fly with me at all. You've turned it into a commodity that can be bought or sold. And culturally, I have a problem with that.
The buck to doe is a big sticking point for me, and I apologize for the comparison, but if you ask somebody that believes in socialism and that wants to turn America into a socialist country, and you ask them, where's it ever worked? It's never worked. And that's the buck to doe ratio. It has never worked. There was a 4-point restriction in Wyoming that started in 2018, I believe. And again, all the data just, is it a specific study? No, but it's looking back at the data and what's happened to the deer herds. And I look at the Pine Valley as, I don't know the Pine Valley, but as I see it, it's one of the most coveted general units in the state that takes 5-6 years, as I understand, or something like that to draw. And so we're going to take this premium over-the-counter unit, put a point restriction on it that has shown that when you do that, you negatively impact the deer herds. It also actually typically shows that it hurts the quality of the bucks, because then you start running into the big bucks that do get killed, and you leave opportunity for small bucks that just frankly aren't ever going to get that big. And you're not taking them off the landscape. It just doesn't, there is nothing about it logically I don't care about the social, really don't care about the social aspect. The cash, man, the point restrictions, because I struggle. I appreciate your comments because in the commodity, I haven't looked into that. There were some comments here made by multiple as far as splitting. That's an interesting thing. I can respect the challenges for people with losing sight. I look at it in the wound loss. As a teenager, I chose to hunt with, it was my great uncle's. He had a lever action 308 that I hunted open sight, and I loved it. I chose to do it. And you still have that option to do it. Has been mentioned. It was kind of went back with the muzzleloaders, but man, I don't know how many people have really ever hunted with an open sight, but if you take aim at a deer that's 100, 200 yards, you pretty much are filling up the whole target. And so I get really concerned, but I do love, as the comment was made, is getting close. That's why I archery hunt now. So I'm really undecided on, even as we sit now on the archery, I'll be curious to the rest of the RAC's comments. I appreciate the public being here. I appreciate everybody's feedback. It's just, these things aren't possible without you guys and those discussions, because the social is important as much as the science and the data is. So.
As a Mule committee, we were tasked with providing more opportunity and better quality. If anybody else in the room has a better idea of a way to do that than this primitive weapon hunt, I want to hear it, because we had a lot of discussion on this, guys. And this is a way that, I mean, we're listening to the public, we're listening to the survey we did, and making both sides happy. The guys that want bigger bucks and the guys that want opportunity. I don't know of a better way to do it. I really don't. We had a lot of discussion on it. You know, I've heard a ton about wounding loss. I mean, we're shooting with modern rifles at point blank ranges. They're gonna die. You know, I don't know of a better way, guys, than this. But if you do, let me know.
Steve, I agree with you on the wound loss. I feel like as hunters that happens, but we also should be more efficient with the weapon that we take into the field. And the comment was made tonight that he feels like there's a lot more wounded animals with long distance shooting, and I feel like that's a pretty valid point. And so, but it seemed like there was like, it seemed like 80% of the emails that came through were talking about wounded animals with the taking scopes off, but I feel like it goes the other way as well. And so it's not a fix all just because you have a scope on a gun. Personally, I would like to see this happen, but representing the public, I don't think I can. There's been too many emails and too many issues that have been brought up. And I agree. I think that it needs to happen all the way across the cache. I don't think you can split it because you're not going to get a perfect idea of what's going on. It also does concern me I saw from the general public being on the cache that it's not like in southern Utah or central Utah that they can just jump to the neighboring unit and hunt a general tag. We have the box elder in Morgan South Rich, and so it's 95% private in northern Utah. And so I feel like that is a little bit of a struggle for some people. They just can't. They'll have to travel more, which I get. It's doable. And I've talked to a few people about this, and there's something that was brought up years ago, 15, 20 years ago in the waterfowl industry. And it was a guy that talked about the 80-20 hunter, and that 20% of the hunters killed 80% of the birds. And I feel like that's kind of conducive to the big game as well. I know that if I want to hunt, I'll travel to another state. And I feel like, and I do hunt a lot of states every year. And so, but the general public's not doing that. And that's who I'm supposed to give my voice to. And so the way that this is right now, I don't think I can accept that.
I think there's a lot of aspects of this that, and I'll say right up front, I'm going to probably talk out both sides of my mouth here with this one. Because I have been a proponent of trying a restricted weapons hunt on a unit, and the cache has come up multiple times. But given the public feedback along the way, I think the way that the only way it becomes palatable to me is, this is where I guess I'll differ with others, is I do think you can split the unit and still get relative data from it. You're not going to have perfect data no matter what we do. And the reality is, over the past 15 years, the cache has seen heavy winter kill 5 times. So we're averaging it every 3 years. By the time this study is done, we're going to have another. That's the reality of it. And that is going to have more of an effect on this deer herd than any weapon that's put on the unit. So,
I would agree with you on that. And I know that, but I'd also like to see, there's been a huge effort in predator control on the cache. And I feel like we've only given that, what, a year or two, maybe, like especially after that winter, we haven't really seen the full effect of that. And so I feel like if all of a sudden we jump into this new proposal, we're not going to get the data of the serious predator control that's been going on. And I know that happens a lot with the proposals, where when these things come up to change, but we don't get to ride it all the way out and see the benefits or the pros and cons of some of the changes that have been made just 2 years prior.
yeah, and I think that's good. Right now, legitimately, that's the argument across the entire state of Utah. No matter what you do on the Pine Valley, the next few years, we're going to look like heroes, as long as we don't have a drought. Like, it's just the reality of it. In 2016, we killed a bunch of big deer all across Utah, including the cache and northern Utah. Why? Because of weather, and it had nothing to do with the weapons on the unit. Now we're in a different place, and is it worth taking a look at and trying? Selfishly, I look at it and say yes, because I know what it'll turn out to be. Give 2-3 years on portions of the cache with restricted weapons, and you're going to have some big deer on the unit. Well, I hunt the cache, so yeah. And if you take a different look at it and offer up to pretty much every sportsman in the state of Utah, do you want a Henry Mountains tag, but you can only hunt with restricted weapons? Who's going to say no? Every one of them is going to take it. So I can go both ways. I think the public sentiment has been pretty clear, quite frankly, from a feedback standpoint. It's not necessarily acceptable. I don't know that cache is the right unit to try it on, as far as northern Utah is concerned. The APRs in the south, I don't know. I can argue against them all day. I don't think the data's been there in other studies done in Oregon, Montana, Idaho, Colorado, Wyoming, Nevada, and Utah, for sure. But we can try it again. To Troy's point, this has been brought up over and over and over and over again. And if this is the way to put it to bed, this is the opposite of not in my backyard. I don't hunt the Pine Valley, so go ahead and throw a 4-pointer better on it. So there's just a lot of, I hear a lot of arguments saying this is the logical way of growing a deer herd or bigger bucks on a unit. And I think it's the opposite when you focus all your hunting pressure on the one population of bucks that you're trying to save. And so now you're banking on recruitment of younger age class bucks outpacing the increased hunting pressure focus on the age class of bucks you're trying to save. I think that's hard to put a lot of trust into, quite frankly. So, overall, I would have a hard time supporting it across the cache as a whole. But splitting it off, I think, would be about the only way I could start to palate that one, given the public feedback that's been given.
Feedback tonight, 6-3.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and public feedback online has been about
6-4 and 3 against. I kept track when everybody's talking.
But
can I ask a clarifying question also? I think someone mentioned earlier that it seemed to me, Blair, remind me if I'm wrong, that a lot of the comments were about the guns themselves, the weapons themselves. But my understanding is we voted recently, the Wildlife Board passed the definition of those restricted weapons already, right? So we're not talking about new restrictions on the weapons themselves. Is that correct? I'm trying to understand because I felt like that had already been defined as those types of weapons that would be used in those hunts. And so the public comments seem to be more about an issue that's already been through the process instead of what the issue actually is.
Yeah, I can maybe clarify that a little bit. So a lot of it's how those different definitions are being applied. And so, yes, the restricted weapons definition has been created prior to this meeting, but it hasn't been used on this specific unit. So that restricts the ignition system in a muzzleloader. It restricts you being able to use optics and a few things like that. Right. And so that's what is being proposed on the cash unit, as opposed to previous years where you could have any kind of ignition system, the optics up to 1 power, that sort of thing.
I'm also curious to see the reports from the 100% or the mandatory success, like when you have to give the report of your tag. This is the first year we've done that. So everybody that has a general tag has to report what they did. And I think that could also tell us a lot, since we're having that 100% reporting going on all tags.
On that added note, this is just something for those of the division. I thought part of the point was more than just the harvest data. It was the opportunity to ask more of the public these questions where it's a mandatory survey. I get, we look at statistics, and statistically, normally when you get X percentage, it tends to be accurate. But with the change of, we want to talk technology, with the change of social media and the change in technology, it is shown that certain polls, certain surveys are not accurate by the responses you get depending on the temperature of said topic. And so I just hope in the future, as we're thinking of these things and want to make these proposals, that we get a bigger, give the option to put the survey out there to everybody to answer these questions and really get the feedback. It'd been interesting to see that at a bigger level. But was there any discussion in the committee about maybe taking some of the tags and trying it over different dates where you can get some of the same data as far as success rates and how that, so you're taking a portion of the tags and then seeing how that
I don't recall for sure, Ross, but I know we talked a little bit about if it worked, doing an early primitive weapon hunt or something, down the road on some units so guys could choose which one they wanted. And then Brad, SFW's proposal to carve off the north side, I don't think that would work unless we added the old elk boundary and take in the Wellsvilles and the Clarkstons. It's just too small. I mean, I was talking to biologists, we were guessing maybe 200-300 people hunting that, judging off the trucks at all the trailheads. So just an idea. Yep.
Any other comments from RAC members?
Let me just say this. I appreciate the work the committee did. When we were mandated to get more hunters out in the field, but increase the size of bucks, I have a problem with getting more hunters out in the field. And it's just because we have a limited resource and we act like we don't. And then we don't even know what the weather's going to do from year to year. And I can guarantee you one thing, it's not going to get better. And so when you have variables that you can't control and a very limited resource, it's nuts to me that we put more hunters out in the field. And so I get all the comments about, I want my daughters to hunt. I had 7 kids. I want them all to hunt too. But when you have we're not blessed with the overabundance of deer. And so we just have to manage it and bite the bullet. And some years we'll get to, and some years we won't. But we've got to manage it differently.
I mean, isn't limiting the amount of deer they can take doing that by limiting the weapon? I don't I don't want to hear anything about hunter crowding. I see the pop cans from the 70s and 80s and the sardine cans, no matter where I go in the cache, where guys wouldn't even dream of going nowadays. But, you know, we don't have hunter crowding. We have a problem with getting tags and keeping kids in the field. I mean, we're 3 years in the cache now to draw a rifle tag. Where's it going to end up? 7 like the Pine Valley? I don't want to be an applicator. I want to be a hunter. I'm sorry.
Ryan, got a comment?
Yeah, just as I sat here listening to all this, I'm a little concerned at the sentiment that I'm hearing from the RAC and from the public. I'm hearing what I'm interpreting, that I'm hearing at least, is almost a vibe to move away from what the committee did. I feel like a lot of effort, a lot of work was put into the work by the committee. I feel like we've heard it well spoken tonight of how the committee drew from a myriad of walks of life and economic interests and different user groups, and all these different variables were looked at. We talk a lot about the merits of how our system works in the state of Utah for input, and that committee, and now with the RAC, of course, is being part of that. But I'm excited by this. I really think the work that the committee did is top notch in these recommendations. I'm excited at the idea to conduct an experiment, as it were, with the restricted weapons to give more opportunities. I like the idea that this is a win-win, that it gives more opportunities and these different avenues. It's been spoken about the financial cost, but people are always putting more money into their gear and into their weapons, and to have the opportunity, I think people will follow suit on that. It's been spoken to the fact that people travel out of the state of Utah and to other places for chances to hunt. So those who don't want to put money into their gear, I'm confident that they'll be looking at other places to hunt in the state, possibly out of the state. I think this is a real good opportunity to support the division, to support the committee, and to support the work that's been done, and to give it a try.
Any other comments?
That's a very quick question. Could you confirm the feedback numbers on this topic? I want to make certain I'm not remembering it correctly.
Yeah, so we had 44 people respond to it and 41 comments.
What was the on neutral?
We had 9 of the 41 comments were supported the restricted weapons idea, and then 33 of the 41 had some kind of opposition to it.
But was it opposition to the restricted weapons? Was it opposition to using it?
So it was encompassed in, I guess, all of those a dozen ideas that I had read out. Some of them hit on quite a few of them, some just hit on 1 or 2. So that is essentially anybody who had any kind of opposition to the restricted weapons was part of that 33.
If
anybody else has any comments?
I'll take a shot.
I'm just in one quick comment. The money thing comes up a lot. And then in the terms of the money, what I mean, when you see the comments on, again, the social media side of things and people talking about it, they're talking about the money, that it's a money grab for the division. And we can all agree, I guess, to disagree, but to a certain point, yeah, it is a little bit about the money. That's how most everything in the state on wildlife gets funded. So sometimes I think we need to step back from that attack and go, it's just about the money for the division. It's tags, and it's us putting money back into the system that gives us the opportunities, these studies that go into it, everything that basically makes it possible for us to be able to go out and hunt. So on the money side though, where, hey, those that it's too much and the weapons or this or that, and they might go to other states, you know, that still does impact people on the personal side, because going and hunting out of state nowadays is, with what tag prices have gone to, people that want to hunt can't just go to another state. One, it takes years and it's really hard to get tags nowadays. It's getting harder and harder, the same as it is to get a tag, publicly. And the cost to do so, well, that cost, they would probably just have to buy a new rifle, because it's going to be the same cost to go hunt out of state. So anyways, on the money thing, just a couple of things it's not feasible for people to just say, well, I guess I'll go out of state instead of hunting my unit. So.
And somebody remind me how many tags we have up there on this particular hunt that we're
on the cache?
Yeah.
It was 4,100 last year total between all weapon types.
And we only got 44 opposition comments, which is the greater majority of those who did comment.
All those comments weren't opposition.
No, I'm saying of the ones that were given, the majority of them were opposition, but it was only the 44 is it superimposed against the number of tags that were up there.
I was going to say too, I always struggle about commenting on these things because I don't hunt. And so I always feel a little uncomfortable voicing my own opinion about things. But I do think some of what I've heard from the emails that I've received, as well as the comments here tonight, is that a lot of the feelings that people have, a lot of the comments that they're sharing are almost anecdotal. Like, this has been my experience. And I think what's really important here, and I think what we as the public have asked the committee to do, is to do some solid research to collect the data so that we move it from being anecdotal to being data-driven. And then we're making decisions based on what's best for the wildlife, based on actual data, and not my own opinion or my experience or anyone else's on this committee. I have a lot of the same concerns that everyone else has. I worry about the pressure on populations. I worry about the sort of commodity idea that Darren mentioned. I worry very much about the climate and the changes that we're seeing in that, and how that will affect the winters or the droughts that we have in subsequent years. And so I think the more actual research and data that we can do on these different parts of the hunt will just allow us to make much better and much long-term sustainable decisions for wildlife in our state. So I get where everybody is feeling in their feels about opportunity and quality and all of those things. But I think we also have to think about the fact that we, as the public, and especially as the RAC and the Wildlife Board, task the committee with doing this, finding a solution to this problem. And so I think we can't negate all of the work and effort that went into that. And remembering too that we're talking about 3 years. We're not talking about permanent changes. We're talking about an opportunity to see what the result might actually look like when we have some data behind it. And I think there's a lot of value in that. And it is really hot in this room. Thank you.
I think you do bring up one point though, and that's something probably many of us on the RAC remember when this discussion on technology came through. I think it was last year. Part of a lot of this discussion was, does it really have an effect? And now we're seeing an opportunity here to bring something through to actually try and measure some of that.
And we referred it back to the committee.
Yes, we did. Yes. So, and to the point Ross made, and we hear this a lot, and so I'm just going to say it because we heard it with the statewide elk plan when it came through. How many members were on the deer committee? 21, 18? Something like that. So
some committee members weren't voting.
Yeah.
But voting members, I'd say 20 to 25.
And that's just the only point that I try and make is a lot of these proposals get perceived, and they are the division proposals being brought through, but the advisory committee to the division is made up by 20 members of the general public who have no interest in how many tags are sold or what the money coming in is. They're trying to make the decision from a little bit different level. So it's just a point that I always like to bring up because some of the things, same things were said about, you know, the statewide elk plan when we offered unlimited tags, that it was just a money grab, but it was 19 members of the public on that committee that came up with that idea. So, okay, all that being said, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we follow the proposal from the division.
I'd like to second that.
Okay, motion by Robert, seconded by Ryan to accept as presented. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll call for a vote. Marshall,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
James? No. Robert,
Yes.
Randy,
No.
Darren,
No.
Casey,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Nikki,
Yes.
Ross.
No.
Tell me it's not a tie. Motion passes 7-4. Those that in opposition, you want to state reasons why, Jamie? Or no, not Jamie, sorry. James, my apologies.
And just a reminder, personally, I wanted it, but I'm the public at large and I saw too many emails and talked to too many people that didn't. So I'm just trying to do my job.
And Randy?
Yeah, ditto on that. And then, like I said, the science isn't there. This is just going with the mob. And I'm very, very disappointed that it doesn't apply to CWMUs and LOAs. That's wrong.
Darren?
As you've heard from me. I have nothing more to add.
Ross?
On the restricted weapons, it's representing the public, and on the point restriction, it just doesn't make, it's not supported. It's I just keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I think we all know what that definition stands for. So.
Okay, we're actually gonna take a 10-minute break right now.
Right.
Okay, we will move on to agenda item number 7, Buck and Bull 2025 to 2027 hunt tables and dates. Dax, you're up again.
Okay, I guess
Good.
just to kick us off, probably the thing that's most different or unique here is that we're recommending 3 years. The last cycle we did was 2 years. We had received direction from the board to try to do 3 years at a time. But we just did 2 because we knew we had the deer plan coming up. But now with the deer plan, we're recommending 3 years. And most of these don't change. Most of the time the season dates adjust just a tiny bit to stick with primarily Saturday openers. And it's all based around the kind of the traditional rifle deer hunt opens the Saturday closest to the 20th of October. It's the last full week of October. You probably saw in the presentation, those dates just shift like one day for 2025, 2026, but then it's kind of the big reset year where it shifts, I think 6 days or so in 2027. We're recommending basically continuing with about the same season structure that we've had for most hunts. A couple little changes. We did recommend adding a couple extra days on that early youth draw any bullet hunt. I can't even remember the name. It's a long name. That limited quota hunt for the youth. We're recommending a couple of extra days on the end of that hunt. It's something we had done in the past, and then we left it out of the last 2-year recommendation cycle. I think it's something that just kind of slipped between the cracks. One of the other changes was when we had redone the elk plan a couple of years back, we moved the limited entry archery elk hunt a few days later. So it opened a few days later and ended a few days later. And we had some confusion and just some consistency issues. So we're recommending keeping the longer end date, but just opening that hunt on the Saturday like it had been in the past, just to avoid that confusion. It does make that limited entry archery elk hunt a few days longer, but just for consistency's sake and to avoid the confusion, we're making that recommendation as well. The other changes or new hunts that we're recommending, I guess just to highlight a few, would include these restricted weapons hunts and the antler point restriction on the Pine Valley unit that have been proposed. And then a couple new limited entry hunts for elk on some units in this region, like late season hunts on general season units, but these would be limited entry hunts just to kind of capture some surplus bulls on some of these units where you're running really high bull to cow ratios and elk populations that are over the objective. And then also a couple limited entry deer hunts, just kind of targeting low density, maybe underutilized areas on the south end of the Henry Mountains and southwestern end of the San Juan Elk Ridge units, as well as a couple new limited entry deer hunts in the Moab area to try to remove some bucks in what might be our highest CWD prevalence area. And we're recommending adding a couple additional muzzleloader seasons for a couple pronghorn units, and the early rifle hunt on the Box Elder general deer unit, as well as the early rifle hunt on the limited entry San Juan, the Oak Creeks. So yeah, I think that's kind of a summary. I might have missed one or two, but yeah, let me know if you have any questions or any clarification there. I can try to answer that or help with facilitating this discussion.
All right, we'll open it up to questions from the RAC.
Yes, I'll have one that's not per se related to hunt dates or anything, but have they gotten, or we might be a little too early, any more data on, per se, the age class of like the elk? Because I know last year they showed with the increased tags, the age classification technically still went up.
We haven't got age in yet. Like the late bull hunts or rifle bull hunts are going on right now, so we don't have age data in yet.
Dax, we got, I think all of us were sent an email from the Northeast RAC about some shifts to the youth any bull dates, the September youth draw hunt, and as well as Three Corners archery. What's the division's thoughts on the proposals? I know you guys were made aware of that as well. So
if anyone can think of a really good name for that early youth only any bull hunter's choice draw hunt.
I was kind of
I'll buy you
disappointed.
dinner if someone.
I think the deer unit should have went to numbers instead of names, but
Yeah. I haven't maybe seen this email. I did communicate a little bit with one of the RAC members out there that was concerned about the overlap of that draw youth hunt with the end of the archery hunt and wanted to maybe move it so it overlapped into the beginning of the muzzleloader deer hunt. I don't know, there's pros and cons to doing that. I think if there's, strong sentiment to move that, the division's supportive of it. I don't know that we have a super strong opinion on that one. The general season any bull archery hunt got extended a few years back based on a recommendation that came through from the public. And that overlap, there's been a few people that have had concerns about it. We have heard some comments. I don't know that it's been overwhelming, but we've heard some comments and concerns about that overlap. I think this idea, like I said, if the public thinks that's a good change, there's pros and cons to it. It might be better to have the overlap, with different species rather than the same species. And then as far as the three, and I'm assuming these are the same discussions I had with RAC member. I actually haven't seen the email.
Yeah.
And then the three corners, we have a unique season structure on that unit for elk based on agreement with Colorado and Wyoming, just where that elk herd moves between those states. I think there's probably room to adjust those season dates some if there's interest in doing that. We haven't, just because of, I guess, for consistency's sake, we've just kind of kept the same standard season dates, but that's a unit where you could probably have a longer limited entry archery elk hunt. And, you could extend it a week and it probably wouldn't really overlap with anything. So again, if there's, support or desire from the public to do that, I think the division's okay with that, but we haven't necessarily recommended it. They just maybe really haven't been on our radar.
okay. Any other questions from RAC members?
Yeah, sorry, I have more. Trying to think the best way to ask the question. With the general season any bull elk tag, I've seen how many people buy general season any bull elk tag and are harvesting elk off of limited entry units because of said confusion of the name of the tag.
We hear about a few incidents of that happening every year. I don't think it's super common, but I do think it happens occasionally.
All right,
I don't know the exact numbers. We might have to. I don't know if law enforcement might have the data.
I just was curious because I've seen comments come up. And not only is the youth any bull very long and confusing, but I've seen some people just express, that there's confusion in the name of the general any bull elk, and that the concerns of that overlapping, and does it make sense to look at changing a name to that hunt as well? So just so that people don't think that they can go shoot any bull on a limited entry unit.
Yeah, we call it any bull because it's valid on the any bull units. But yeah, and we've got Lindy Barney here with licensing, and Lindy's really good at helping us come up with names that meet, the legal definitions and the factor in the units and what type of hunt it is.
There you go, rolling her under the bus.
If someone can come up with a really good way to differentiate or name that Lindy also feels like meets our legal and obligations, I'll buy you dinner twice. So.
Okay, any other questions? Any questions from the public? Brandon?
Brandon Zundel. Maybe this isn't an appropriate question, but Brad, I haven't seen that email. It's even though I read all the comments and concerns that were posted online, we don't get to see emails that are sent directly to you. Obviously, could you share that email with us? I might have an opinion of my own.
Yeah, so we had an email sent to all the RAC and board members from a member from the Northeast RAC about basically the proposal was to, instead of the overlap on the youth any bull tag that we're gonna, whatever we can't name, moving that back to where it overlaps the muzzleloader deer hunt and not the archery hunt. The second proposal in that was on the Three Corners unit, because of the agreements we have with Wyoming and Colorado. We don't start the rifle elk hunt till October 1st. But we end the archery hunt the same date as the other limited entry archery hunt. So there's a 2-week gap there. The thought was to extend that archery hunt to September 30th, similar to what we have on hams units, just because that is a unique agreement that we have with the other states. The muzzleloader hunt on that unit takes place later
So
in
late as well.
November.
So yeah, it's a limited entry elk unit, but we have an archery season that runs, mid-August to mid-September. And then where we would normally have that early and illegal weapon hunt and our muzzleloader hunt on our other limited entry elk units, we don't have that on that unit just because of that agreement with the other states. So the first rifle hunt on that unit is during the mid-season dates, which typically opens the first Saturday in October. And then the muzzleloader, the limited entry muzzleloader hunt on that unit is later. It's the same time frame as the spike only muzzleloader general bull season date. So end of October into first part of November. So there is kind of a gap there. It could have a longer archery hunt. We haven't recommended that just for consistency's sake, but if there was strong desire to do that, I think I don't foresee a ton of problems or difficulties with that.
Okay, any other questions from the public? All right, let me summarize public comment.
All right, so we had 24 responses to this agenda item. 21% strongly agreed with it, 33 somewhat agreed, 21% were neutral, and 25% strongly disagreed. So the weighted average on that is 3.25. As far as comments, just a few things of support, nothing really specific other than there was a comment about the box elder early rifle season, and the hunter appreciated that season. As far as comments that had concerns with the agenda item, there was a comment about concerns about the elk herd in the Uinta Basin declining and wanting to see some changes to the hunt structure out in the northeastern region. There was a comment about removing the ability for archery hunters to be able to take cows for the over-the-counter archery tags. There was a comment about the any bull season dates for archery and rifle. They wanted to see more days in September for archery, and then the longer season come back for the any bull rifle tag, as well as the multi-season tags. There was a comment about just wanting to see more unique seasons and more opportunity available for people. There was a comment about the muzzleloader hunt starting on a weekend so they could capitalize on 2 weekends. And then a comment about youth and not agreeing with them having more opportunity than adults.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to public comment. First up is Brandon Zundel, followed by Ben Louder.
Brandon Zundel representing myself. I was just going to say I support this, and then I only filled out a comment card because I'm still waiting for more that I have to say. But since I'm here, this idea with moving the youth, whatever we want to call it, hunt. If I understand that right, you'd basically, they'd still get the same number of days. You just start moving their start date so that it's not overlapping with the archery that was implemented 4 years ago. Is that? I could definitely get behind that, because when that was brought through 4 years ago, the biggest opposition to extending that any bull archery tag date was that overlap with the youth. And if there's been a compromise found that allows for those archers to still have that extra 5 days and not interfere with the youth, I think that's a win-win. They're definitely not going to interfere with muzzleloader deer hunters. So I think that's great.
Thank you, Brandon. Ben Louder, followed by Troy Justinson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Louder representing Utah Archery Association. We support the recommendations as presented. Additionally, you're going to hear a recommendation from Kevin Norman. I'll let him give the recommendation, but it's concerning management deer hunting on the, not the Pine Valley. Hunt's gone. Thank you. We support him in that recommendation as well.
Thank you, Ben. Troy Justinson, followed by Kevin Norman.
Troy Jessenson, representing Sports and Fish and Wildlife. We support the recommendation as presented with the exception of the Oak Creeks. There's proposed that we have an early season there as well. And our chapter down there fears that it's just going to continue to lengthen the amount of time of crowding that exists there. And they just like to see it stay to the one hunt.
Thank you, Troy. Kevin Norman.
Kevin Norman representing myself. This is kind of a little out of left field, but as Ben alluded, down on the Paunsaugunt, there's management hunts, deer hunts. They are broke up into archery, muzzleloader, and rifle. Some friends down that live on the unit kind of brought this to my attention, and so I'm bringing it to your attention. What it is, for instance, the archery management buck hunt starts 10 days later than the premium draw Paunsaugunt archery hunt. None of the dates coincide. Same with muzzleloader. The rifle hunt is actually after the management rifle hunt is after the big buck tag, if you will. And then beyond that, there's a cactus buck hunt. The whole idea with these management hunts is to harvest management bucks so we can keep the buck to doe ratio down and have these wonderful units that produce giant bucks. The problem I have is, for instance, what if my dad has 27 points and I have 16 points and we both want to draw? I want to draw management. He wants to draw the big buck tag. We can't even go down and hunt together. We're hunting separate bucks. It's 4 archery tags on a humongous unit. It's not a crowding issue. It's a age-old thing that, you know, keep the management bucks out of our way. And there's now a sense of entitlement that keep the management buck hunters out of our way. These tags over time have become fairly coveted. Like the archery tag takes in the neighborhood of 15 points. That's a lot of points to burn to have a shortened season when the whole objective is to harvest these management animals. So I'm proposing that we align the archery dates, the management archery dates with the normal, sorry, I'm jumbling, but you know what I'm saying. Align the management archery dates with the big buck archery dates, same with muzzleloader. And then a thought I also had would be the rifle management hunts are only 5 days. Past that, you have the cactus buck hunts, which is 2 weeks. So we could potentially align the cactus buck rifle hunts and the management rifle hunts for 2 weeks. The whole objective is to get the harvest on those management animals. There's no reason we need to cram those into 5 days. Anyways, please consider my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay, that's all the public comments we've got for this one. So open it up for RAC discussion. Dax, do you know off the top of your head what our success rate's been on the management hunts? Has it been high, middle of the road?
Pretty high.
Pretty high?
Peace. I've personally experienced, so on the youth staff, I like the idea of pushing the dates and giving the youth and rather having the overlap with the muzzleloader deer. Where you're seeing some of those issues, and they've talked about in the north, out in the Northeast. I hunt quite a bit out there, and I've personally had on 2 different occasions myself and somebody else I was hunting with had a bull shot at over the top of us. And I'm all, as I say that, I'm also very pro the youth. I've been lucky to have my own daughter. I've had a couple, 2 nieces, and I helped another young man this year on that youth any bull hunt. And we had a couple situations that they got fouled up just with bow hunters and us being out there at the same time. So I think given that opportunity to have them again have kind of their own season where you're going to have less conflict, I think on the muzzleloader would make a lot of sense. And love actually Kevin's recommendation on the ponds. I think that on those management hunts, I think it makes a lot of sense.
I've got to clarify something. The youth hunt was there before this bow hunt, before the bow hunters were given these 4 days or whatever days it is. I can still vividly remember in the division saying, I don't want to hear a bow hunter complaining about a youth in the field with a rifle. Be clear, it's a youth hunt and the bow hunters were given those 4 days. So I have a problem with that. And I've heard lots of stories where, or a handful of stories where youth hunters can't get away from the bow hunters. So if anything, I think it should go the other way.
I would agree with that. I feel like the archery hunters have an awful long season. So I'd agree with Steve on that, moving the archery back to its normal dates. And Kevin's ideas sound okay, because I feel like those management hunts are made to be a management hunt for a reason, to get those animals off the landscape. So having them have a little bit more time and overlapping, there's only a handful of tags, right? It's like 4 archery tags. I don't think that's a bad issue to have a couple more hunters out on the field, especially when it's a premium unit.
Actually, unlike Kevin's suggestion, I like it, but I would say hold on to it and let's push this through and try to make everything like that. Because it is a premium hunt, right? We do the same thing and it's so unfair on the Antelope Island. The deer tag for the guy that buys it starts hunting before the public land guy. That's completely unfair. So I would say I like the concept, and I would think just try to build some support to get some universal changes on that through the whole state rather than piecemeal it. Because I adamantly disagree with one segment of hunter getting an advantage over another. It's a public resource.
I do like the idea with the Ponce gun and trying to match up those season dates on archery and muzzleloader. Don't remember how many rifle tags. It's 20, 25. It's not a lot, all things considered, right?
It's like 39 tags total, I think, is all between all, something like that on the ponds for like everyone.
The rifle would be after the premium rifle.
Yeah, it'd be during the
Join
cats.
those other two.
Yeah. So I do like that idea. Youth any goal, I kind of go back and forth. I'm not a huge fan of seeing that. I mean, if they feel crowded with archery hunters, you put all the general muzzleloader deer hunters in the field. There's more of them than there are the archery elk hunters, but
I don't know. I guess I'll speak for myself. Where I archery hunt, because I was doing it before the switch and then after. I don't know the complaints amongst the archery hunters per se, and that okay, there's a conflict. I don't care that a youth was shot at a bull over the top of me. I frankly don't care. I think it's awesome they're out there doing it. I more so just think of it in the concept, because I've had multiple opportunities to be out there and help the youth on it, in that the other part by pushing that out, that might not make a difference year to year, but as much as it's an issue of archery hunters, and you could throw muzzleloader hunters in there, they're fighting with it. Everybody out there just on the recreation, on the UTVs and 4-wheelers, it's just absolutely crowded out in those areas. So again, I frankly, I loved the earlier when the archery was a week earlier. I had a lot of success that first week, and then they pushed it back, and I like the September. I'm good any which way. I think a lot of archery hunters want it. I just think they fought for a long time because Utah is so unique in that they don't get the entire month of September. And speaking on the archery side, on the 3 corners, I don't know that I would be open to, hey, you get from mid-August to the end of September, but there's nobody else out there hunting that. I think doing a September 1st to September 30th hunt might make sense actually out in that unit specific for that limited hunt.
I'm actually honestly a fan of the 3 corners going September 1st to the 30th. It's one of those more unique situations where we have agreements with other states and so the normal season structure doesn't fit into that. And I like the idea of when those situations are right, we have the same thing happen on Morgan South Ridge on East Canyon. These two new hunts that are proposed, we're taking advantage of a resource that honestly spends most of its time on private land and they get accessible in December. I think it's a great idea. You know, it's local. It's going to happen at a time of year when the elk become accessible, and it's just a good opportunity that we help to fit in there and kind of customize a little bit. So I kind of like that idea, but
I'm gonna, Dex, was there like, what was the feedback with the youth any bull with, like, why was it pushback from archers complaining about the overlap? Is it more like youth, like where was kind of the mindset in that, I guess? Sorry to come back to a question to you.
Well, just, it kind of just, the situation turned into what it is. It just kind of evolved over time. You know, it used to be the general season archery elk hunt ended on a Friday, and then that Saturday, the early youth any bull hunt started. And then, you know, a few years back, like Brandon mentioned, it was recommended to extend the archery hunt a few more days. You know, for archery elk hunting, September, you know, late September, those are, you know, really coveted days, and Utah is unique that we don't do as much September archery elk hunting as a lot of other states do. And so, yeah, that was a recommendation that just came up organically through the public process, was implemented, and we've just rolled with it since then. There've been a few complaints, but you know, there's always a few complaints about pretty much any and every hunt that exists. So it hasn't risen to the level of, you know, we've got to make a change here, but I think that's why the public process exists. If there's a better way to handle it, we're open to it, but it also wasn't so loud that it was on our radar. It's not something that we really talked about much. When the elk committee met a couple of years back, it really, I think there was, you know, a couple of short conversations like, hey, how do we feel about the youth hunt? It's good. Let's keep doing it. I think that was about the conversations that we had. So, but yeah, new ideas come up. The division, we're open to good ideas, you know, no matter where they come from. But I think this is just one where, you know, if the public feels like this is a better way to take it, you know, make the vote and roll with it, and we can implement it, or keep it how it is, or roll it back and have the general archery hunt end sooner and there's no overlap at all. So, you know, I mean, there's options. I think we can live with any of them.
okay. Any other comments from RAC members? Okay. Entertain a motion.
I'd make a motion to accept the plan as proposed with exception of making the changes to the management hunts on the ponds, as well as changing the dates on the archery for the three corners from the September 1st to the 30th.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Ross, seconded by Steve.
Just quick clarification for the management hunts. Would that just be the muzzleloader and archery ones? Like, do you mind?
Yeah, so specific, as Kevin, it was specific, the management, the dates would be just the archery and the muzzleloader to overlap, and then the management rifle to be after the rifle hunt, and to extend the date with the cactus. And I think you just make the cactus and the management probably all at the same time.
Okay. Yeah.
You can reword it after and make it simple.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we have a motion to accept as presented, with the exception that on the Paunsaugunt limited entry deer hunts, or sorry, Paunsaugunt management hunts, the archery and muzzleloader season dates will mirror the premium limited entry dates, and the rifle hunt dates will mirror the cactus buck hunts dates. That good?
Yep.
And also to change the season dates on the Three Corners limited entry elk hunt to September 1st to the 30th.
Yep.
Any discussion on the motion? Don't make me repeat it. Okay, we'll call for a vote. Marshall.
Yes.
Ryan had to leave the meeting. James?
Yes.
Robert?
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Darren. Yes. Casey,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Jessica. Jessica. Okay, we'll come back. Nikki
Yes.
and Ross.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. Okay. All right. On to agenda item number 8, once in a lifetime, 2025 to 2027 hunt tables and dates with Rusty Robinson.
Thank you. I first have to apologize about my voice. I had a little cold over the weekend and now I feel better than I sound. So it's not like I'm a second adolescence or anything. It's probably a first adolescence, if I'm honest. So I'll try to keep my responses as succinct as possible. Talking is kind of hard, but just in summary, again, these are 3-year season dates we're recommending. But we can always come back in the middle of a cycle and correct things if they need to be corrected. We are recommending to split the Escalante Desert Sheep Unit into Escalante West and Escalante East to hopefully solve some hunter distribution issues down there. We're also recommending to reopen the Antelope Island Bighorn Hunt. Recommending some later season dates on sheep hunts at the request of the Wildlife Board, and recommending some changes to the hunt structure in the Book Cliffs Little Creek South unit to try to solve some overpressuring issues that we may be experiencing down there. Also, that Book Cliffs Bison Committee is meeting starting this month, and so if that hunt structure for whatever reason changes with those committee meetings, then we would come back and probably recommend something different. But for now, we're recommended to kind of lighten some pressure down there through hunt season dates and some things. And we're also recommending a new moose hunt on the Box Elder unit. So excited about that. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Open up to questions from the RAC.
The only question I have, and forgive me, I forgot from the presentation, those sheep hunts that were moved back a little bit, will there be any access issues due to later in the year?
There certainly could be, especially on the rocky units further north where pretty hard to get into some of those areas in December. And even the southern units, sometimes that can be an issue, even on like the Dirty Devil archery hunt that goes into December. That's already kind of tough access wise. So yeah, it could limit access and hopefully people are able to harvest before that becomes an issue.
What is driving the request? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So in June, we brought around the conservation permit rule, and historically the way the rule was written is we would have to ask for a date extension for conservation permit holders to hunt to the end of the year. And so every year we would come, or every time we'd recommend conservation permits, we would ask for that date extension for that conservation permit. When we took that around, I think it started in the RACs and kind of gained some momentum through the board that if the conservation, because we recommended to just not have to ask anymore, let's just make it to the end of the year. And so as we did that kind of gained some momentum that, hey, if the conservation permit holder gets to hunt till the end of the year, then the public hunter should get to hunt till the end of the year. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, is what we keep hearing. And so it was an action log board motion at that board meeting in June that, hey, let's extend these hunts to the end of the year so that we're being fair to the public hunter. And so that's the reasoning behind it. It does raise some concerns for us. And so that's one where we may come back in the middle of the cycle and say, hey, this isn't working. You know, we've got captures, we've got flights, we've got helicopters ruining somebody's once in a lifetime hunt, and we're hearing a lot about it. So anyway, yeah, those are some of our concerns, but we're willing to try it if the RACs and board really feel strongly about that.
That seems a little long for me, especially when the division's got a lot of stuff to do at the end of the.
Most guys are gonna have their sheep harvested in November. That's when the rut is. I've personally hunted these the West Caparowitz into December, and it's tough to find sheep in Utah, desert sheep in December. I don't think it would hurt to do it. I mean, if somebody draws a once in a lifetime, boy, they ought to have a good chance at harvesting it.
Previous season date was November 10th. It ended.
Yeah, historically, we've had the desert hunts run till November 10th and the Rocky hunts run till November 30th. But for the most part, you know, there's always exceptions where we have agreements with other entities, or we have multiple hunts on a unit and we have to split that up a little differently. But by and large, that's how it's been.
I like being fair too, Rusty, with the regular Joe and the rich guy. I mean, like Randy brought up before, it's not right on Antelope Island for somebody with money to cut ahead of the draw guy, in my opinion, too. So.
All right, I'm going to breach that subject. What's the division's position about swapping season dates every other year that the draw hunter hunts first on the island?
Currently, we have an MOU in place with state parks that spells out exactly what those hunt dates are. And so we don't have the ability to change that.
Hunt dates don't change, but we can decide who hunts which season, right?
I think it spells out
Wendy's shaking her head no.
When the public permit gets to hunt, and when the expo permit gets to hunt. And so we are currently in the process of rewriting that MOU with state parks. We could explore that option. We could bring it up, but both entities would have to agree to it, the park and the division and our wildlife board and their parks board. So
Casey, you got a question?
Yeah, I'm gonna chime in here too. I think that's absolutely wrong that the guy with money's hunting before the public hunter. And I'm gonna push back on the division a little bit here. That is an easy conversation to have with parks. That doesn't have to be a hard discussion. And so I think we really should pursue that. Even if it's a rotational thing, that's fine. But to give priority to somebody just because they have money over a public guy is just wrong, in my opinion. So we really should chase this down.
Okay. Any other? Well, we're still on questions.
I was going to say, we're making your life worse, Rusty, but I was going to bring it up. You have the power to bring that up as well. So if you'd make a note to do that.
Is that something we can necessarily even pass here, or just something to take to the board for recommendation to make the changes with the parks?
You have my commitment. If you can or you can't, whatever you want to do, but you have my commitment that we just had our first meeting with Antelope Island, and I can bring that up, and I can commit to bring up that concern and see what everybody wants to do.
Yeah, at this point, I think about the farthest it would go would be us making a motion to ask the board to ask the division to pursue this and see what the options are. If I'm wrong, but.
And I'm reluctant to do that because I took us off track. So it was my bad.
Thanks, Randy.
Okay, any other questions on once in a lifetime season dates? How many moose we got out on Box Elder now? Do you know?
Yeah, I know we got a good estimate there.
Daniel Slee, Box Elder biologist. Last time we had a good flight was probably in 2018. They saw 22 moose. In my opinion, they didn't cover everywhere they could have seen moose. So I bet at that time, 30 to 35 was not unreasonable. Now 40 to 60 could not be unreasonable. I was keeping like onyx points every time I found moose poop, but I stopped doing that because it's everywhere. So yeah, there's a good amount of moose and there's pretty good bulls. So yeah.
Daniel, I've got 28 points. Are you going to guide me?
Sure.
Rusty, I've had a couple comments shared with me and I don't know if you want to speak to this on the island or we can put Jim on the spot. I don't care. So really the purpose of the island herd, obviously being a nursery herd to transplant off of, had a couple people bring up the point that if the herd's big enough to hunt, why aren't we transplanting off yet? I don't know if you can speak to that.
No, that's a great question. So we are planning on, so this hunt would start 2025. We're also planning on transplanting that winter.
Okay.
The reason why we like hunting rams on the island versus transplanting rams on the island. And first of all, like you mentioned, that's the purpose of that herd. It's to keep a clean, disease-free nursery herd. And stockpiling rams, having a lot of old rams, that makes it harder to stay clean. Because as that happens, those younger rams start exploring around and looking for breeding opportunities elsewhere, and they can potentially go come in contact with pathogens and bring it back. And so it's really not conducive to keeping it clean if you have a lot of rams on the island. So number two, when we do those transplants, the purpose is to supplement or to restore a population elsewhere in the state. So if we have the time and energy and resources to move 30 sheep, we want to move ewes. We don't want to have to move a bunch of rams. And also when we do that, those rams tend, when we drop them off in their new area, they tend to just bounce around like crazy and create disease issues that way. So we would much prefer to hunt them on the island, only have to move ewes, maybe a few rams if we need to, but if we're going to move 30 sheep, we don't want to have to move 20 rams and 10 ewes because it just doesn't make sense biologically to try to start a new population like that. And we would need to do that to keep the island at a good ram to ewe ratio. So we would prefer to hunt them there. And part of the agreement we're working on with the island is potentially to hunt it more like we do the rest of the state, according to the statewide management plan. So it wouldn't just be, one public tag and one conservation expo tag. It could potentially be, a percentage of the total rams we see on flights, just like every other unit. And with more of those permits going to the public. So.
On the tag thing, so is that the current? I may have missed that, but that's the current is just one conservation, one public.
Historically, that's what we've done. And the MOU, it's actually in one of our administrative rules. We'll give an equal number of conservation tags and public tags. And historically, we've just done 1 and 1. So we're looking to maybe change the way we do that a little bit.
I hate to, and you can pass this off on Jim. I hate to keep you talking.
You're good. It's still holding up. I haven't squeaked yet. So.
But you actually brought up a concern that I have with trying to keep that herd disease free. And I understand the concern about the rams roaming. With the pathogens that we're worried about, can they be brought in by the 100 or 200 horses that come in every year? Because a lot of those horses are living with sheep and goats.
Yeah, there's been no documentation of the main pathogen we're worried about is Mycoplasma pneumoniae, and it's only contracted through similar related species like domestic sheep, domestic goats, or other bighorn sheep. So to my knowledge, it can't be passed from a horse. And Kezia would be the one to ask. She's giving me the thumbs up on that response.
So it's not something the horses could carry in their hoofs or anything like that.
No, it's a pretty fragile pathogen. It dies fairly quickly without a host. It's not something that lives in the soil and things like that.
Right. You justified my existence today.
Okay, good.
Okay, any other questions for Rusty? Okay, any questions from the public? Okay, I'll summarize public comment.
Okay. So for this agenda item, we had 13 responses, 62% strongly agreed, 8% somewhat agreed, 23% were neutral, and 8% strongly disagreed. In terms of summarizing the comments, most of them were in support of the recommendation with no specific reason, just general support. There was a comment that also agreed with the more opportunity and the different weapon types that were proposed. The one comment that disagreed with the recommendation was specific to sheep hunting dates, and those being too long, and felt like the old dates were long enough.
Okay, thank you. Got 3 comment cards on this item. For public comment, we'll start with Brandon Zundel, followed by Ben Louder.
Brandon Zundel, just support this proposal, just pass it as it is.
Thanks, Brandon. Ben Louder, followed by Troy Justinson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder, representing Utah Archery Association. We support the recommendation as presented with one exception. That exception is concerning the date extension on the sheep hunts. When I first saw that, I was actually pretty excited about it because I generally like and support long season dates. But after hearing a brief discussion from sheep hunters that are in the know about and as well as the DWR and their concerns about the conflicts that may happen with that, we've backed off and we would recommend maintaining the current season end dates on those sheep hunts. One additional comment, super excited that we're going to start hunting Antelope Island sheep again, and really excited about the possibility of changing how we're hunting that as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Troy Justinson.
Troy Justinson, Sportsman Fish and Wildlife. Have an issue with the one proposal to move the sheep dates to 31st of December. It's too long. And so what we'd like to recommend do is bring those conservation permit dates back to match the public dates. Typically, most of your desert units, you're starting hunting in September, and then you're running all the way through November 10th, which gives you the opportunity to hunt them early and also in the rut. Back in the early days, we used to hunt our sheep all the way through December and we found some issues, but then like Rusty pointed out too, that's a lot of times when we're doing our captures. And so even though it may affect the price of the conservation permits, we feel that it's a fairness issue. We're in total support of bringing those dates back to line, but we'd like to bring them back from the 31st of December to match the current public dates on both Rockies and deserts. As pertaining to Antelope Island, we'd support either at a minimum going on a rotation, letting the public guy hunt first, but even if we wanted to look at going just opening up at the same time, so we support that. But the rest of the proposal we support as presented. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy.
The scary thing about this though, now people are going to have to start actually putting an S instead of the $ for SFW.
All right. Open it up for RAC discussion.
Question on, sorry, got to come back to one question. When do you guys start doing captures?
When do we start doing captures? Typically, like this year, we're starting next week. We'll start with mountain goats, and then we'll do some sheep after that, and then hit deer hard in December. We'll do some additional sheep capture sometimes in January or even February, but it's really, November to March, we're catching something somewhere.
Specific on sheep is usually later month in November. Does that change year to year just based on?
It can change year to year, unit to unit, but it's typically November, December, and then some units maybe February.
Okay. So I guess then I'll follow up with comment. I mean, with that, I'm very much, the public should have what, the guys have that are paying for it. Rather than worrying about a conflict and having to make a change later, I kind of like the idea of let's just pull all dates back so that the conservation tag matches the public is, I think, where I'd stand on that.
I'm gonna bring Troy back to his senses on this one. I get all points here. I mean, maybe we meet in the middle and say end of November. I mean, these conservation tags are big time. I sit on the Habitat Council, and I see the money spent. I'm in the know. I see it, what it's done out to Promontory with a nursery herd for deserts. It's amazing, to risk that. I think maybe a happy medium into November for everybody. So just a thought.
And that would really only affect the deserts because the Rockies already go to the end of November, right? So.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? Entertain a motion.
Can I just clarify one thing?
Yeah.
Just so we're clear on the process, if the motion is to bring back the conservation permit to match the public dates, and that passes the board, we would then have to come back on a different RAC cycle with open up the conservation permit rule again and make those recommendations at a future RAC meeting. Just so we
Change to the
process.
rule would basically be removing the option of a variance, right? Am I understanding that right?
It's already been removed when we took that rule around.
Okay.
The board passed to just have that to the end of the year.
Okay.
So we would have to take it around again and ask to bring it back.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and take a swing at a motion. And basically, I'd go with recommending that we accept the proposal, except for I'll go with changing the dates, rolling back the dates to the end of November on both Desert and Bighorn. And then also requesting for the division to request or talk with the state parks about the mule deer hunt out on Antelope.
Okay. Have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. The motion on the table is to accept the division's proposal as presented with the exception that all Desert Bighorn and Rocky Mountain Bighorn hunts will end on November 30th. And also ask the board to ask the division.
Sorry. We do have like the Dirty Devil has 2 hunts on it, and we have an archery hunt that goes into December. And at this time we recommend to go to the end of the year, but we could bring it back to kind of how we did it last time. It'd be like December 17th or something like that.
Okay.
So I don't know if we can word the motion in a way that give us a little flexibility on units that
Great, we'll make it more
aren't the norm.
complicated.
But yeah.
When does that archery hunt start, Rusty?
You didn't tell us that before. That makes it more complicated.
I mean, does it start in December or would it start late November and be a conflict?
So right now the Dirty Devil archery goes, so the rifle goes, or the any legal weapon, September 13th to November 26th. And then the archery goes November 27th. And we recommend it till December 31st. But if we were to stick with the same dates we did last time, it would be right around December 17th or something like that. And then we also have other units that we have agreements like Pine Valley. We have an agreement with Arizona when that one starts in October. But yeah, we could try to be consistent on the ending dates unless there's multiple hunts or a prior agreement or something like that, if that makes it more clear.
Glad I didn't make the motion.
It doesn't. I don't know how to change the wording in the sense that, because I wouldn't want to make changes to the archery hunt specific or anything where we've got those agreements with the bordering states. So I don't know how to word that. And you can take a shot at how.
Let me take a shot at this and let's see if this is going to make sense. Make the motion that all Rocky Mountain and Desert Bighorn any legal weapon sheep hunts end on November 30th unless agreements with other states affect the season dates. Is that agreeable? I mean, does that make enough sense to you or?
Maybe unless there's a good reason. Again, we have multiple hunts on some where we have to split up those dates.
Okay.
So. Sorry, now I'm being difficult.
All right, now I'm out of options.
I mean, I hate to, because I don't know that I'm torn on the end of the year versus shortening them up to the even shorter dates. Because I agree it's a once in a lifetime. I don't know how to change the motion in the sense of, because I don't think it's worth impacting those few specific hunts. So it's I guess there's a way to word it of making those changes, but leaving the dirty, whatever you call it, Dirty Devil season dates to be unchanged, or management to be unchanged, as well as the Pine Valley. Like if we separate just those two specific, because is it only those two units that have specific?
It sounds like the Dirty Devil is already overlapping rifle and archery, correct?
No, so the rifle ended on the 26th and it started on the 27th.
Yeah. So deserts are easier. Pine Valley starts a little later than the rest of them. And the Dirty Devil has 2 hunts. Rocky Mountain, we have 3 hunts on the Newfoundlands. We have 3 hunts on Oak Creeks. So yeah, there's a little more nuance with Rockies. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but maybe a similar hunt structure to what we recommended last cycle, where the units with 1 hunt go till November 10th for desert, November 30th for Rockies, and then we do something different on the other hunts with multiples or agreements. And I apologize, I don't know how you word that either. That's tough.
I don't either.
Or you could just slow your motion and accept it as is. Maybe, I don't know.
Sorry, I want to clarify because now I'm confused. What you're suggesting we do is align the general hunt and the conservation hunt together, regardless of where it is or when it is? Yes?
There's a little bit of that. There's also a little bit of managing to help the division and the not having a conflict of when they're out in the field doing captures. I mean,
Sure.
So it's.
But you said that if we recommend that we're changing, or that you change the conservation dates, that has to go through another round of the RAC anyway, correct?
Yes.
So I wonder if maybe the motion is we would like to maybe make a motion that the general hunt and the conservation hunt dates align. Full stop, right? Because it doesn't matter where or when they are, and it's going to have to go through another round anyway. So we're just making the recommendation that you review the dates for those 2 hunts and align them.
A little bit,
Yes.
but then you run to the issue of the end of the year versus the November 10th date that we're talking about.
Which we can then say with with all of those hunts ending by November or December, whatever.
But that's where we're running into the issue of now we have, there's some of the other units that have those archery hunts and those other things. That's where the complexity is coming into.
And I think that's where maybe,
I mean, the simplest answer is just take it as a-
if we modify your motion, if you're open to a modification to say a conservation and draw once in a lifetime sheep permits, maintain the same season dates and maintains a similar season structure to 2023 or something.
As I've thought about this, I think I have a suggestion. Again, I apologize. I shouldn't be putting words in your mouth on motions. But maybe I think what you're trying to do is propose that desert sheep hunts end November 10th, unless there's multiple hunts on the unit or a prior agreement, and Rocky Mountain hunts end November 30th, unless there's multiple hunts or a prior agreement. Does that fit what you're trying to accomplish?
I don't know. I'm at a loss, honestly, on how to word it. So, I mean, just frankly, lining up the dates or just taking it as it's proposed and because they've already talked, they'll take it. And if they need to make changes because of conflicts, then they can make changes when there's conflicts down the road if need be.
Yeah, and you already got to check the box that, there'll be surveys taking place and captures taking place when you apply for desert.
And that's a possibility on any hunt, right? That you can be out there with conflict. So I guess scratch all this in our long conversation of trying to figure it out. Let's just, I guess, make the motion to accept it as it's been presented, other than asking the board to ask the division to make sure they negotiate the antelope.
All right, so you're going to modify your motion.
Yeah. There we go.
To accept the division's proposal as presented and ask the wildlife board to ask the division through the MOU process with state parks on Antelope Island to explore different hunt season date structures.
Yep. It's a great way. There you go.
All right.
I like your wording.
Do you still second that, Randy?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Motion on the table. Motion by Ross, seconded by Randy. Any questions, any discussion on the motion? All right. Ready? Call for a vote. Marshall.
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Robert? Yes. Randy?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Casey?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jessica?
Yes.
Nikki?
Yes.
And Ross? Yes. Motion passes unanimous. Okay.
Did you get Casey?
Yes. All right. Agenda item number 9, R657-62 Amendments, General Season Dedicated Hunter Applications and Youth Allocations with Lindy.
All right. We're almost done, guys. Woohoo! I know. Okay, so just a brief summary of what I am recommending tonight. So these proposals came from the Mule Deer Committee that met earlier this year. They strategized on all these different things, but when it came to licensing admin things, these are the things that they kind of talked about, and these recommendations came out of those conversations. So the first one is that all first-time youth applicants that apply for a general season buck deer permit will receive one general season preference point. So what this does will help them draw a tag quicker than if they went in with 0 points. So it doesn't guarantee them a permit, but it helps them get a permit quicker depending on what unit they apply for. The second recommendation that we are making tonight, so currently this is the kind of confusing recommendation that I've gathered through the public comments is, so currently right now we give the youth 20% of the general season deer permit. So we allocate 20% of them. Within that allocation, we divide it up to the 60-20-20 split, 60% to any legal weapon, 20% to archery, 20% to muzzleloaders. Out of that 20% allocation, not all of those permits are utilized by the youth, especially on the archery and muzzleloader hunts, because we don't have enough applicants on certain units. So it is based on unit wide, and so we don't have enough archers or muzzleloader youth hunters that are applying for those hunts. So what we're recommending is those unutilized permits through the youth allocation is convert them to an any legal weapon tag, and then redo the youth draw and see if any of those youth applicants would have drawn as any legal weapon, because we have plenty youth applying as an any legal weapon hunt, but they don't draw. So we're saying let's still use that 20% allocation and see if we could get those unutilized permits to the youth through an any legal weapon hunt. And then after that, we would run the regular draw as normal. And then the third recommendation that we are putting out tonight is that, the Mule Deer Committee was kind of always exploring ideas of how to get permits into the hands of our applicants quicker. So what they're recommending is right now you can apply for a general season deer permit and a dedicated hunter COR. The recommendation is to no longer allow that option. It's either or. You can either apply for a general season deer permit or a dedicated hunter COR, but no longer both. So I'll take your questions.
So Remind me, yeah, so on the youth that don't draw in the youth portion
Mhm.
of the 20%, they then also put into the adult pool.
They are, yes.
So essentially this would give the youth 3 chances at any legal weapon tag. Is that right? If
Yes.
you kind of look at it that way.
Yep.
Okay.
It would, yeah, they'd go through the draw 3 separate times.
Okay.
I assume the tags taken from archery or muzzleloader would stay in the same units,
Yes.
hunting units.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always going to be based on the unit. So if, since cache, that's the first one pops into my head because that's what's been talked about. If it's an archery cache, then it was convert into an archery, a cache, any legal weapon tag.
So I'm confused with the 3 draws. Wouldn't it be easier to draw archery first, muzzleloader? Then take the leftover archery and muzzleloader tags and just put them in the first youth draw for rifle?
So we do it based on draw numbers. So when you apply in the drawing, you get a draw number. And then we look at that. So lowest to highest, we look at whoever has the lowest draw number, we look at their first choice. And then if it's an archery tag, the archery unit, and we have permits, we, allocate it to them. Or if it's an illegal weapon.
I'm following you now. I got
then,
because
yeah. So I get what you're saying, but yeah, we do it based on draw numbers.
Okay. Any other questions for Lindy? Okay. Any questions from the public? Brandon and then Ben.
You'd think as much as I email Lindy, I'd have all my questions answered by now. On the dedicated hunter thing, would they share the same point system now then, if that goes through?
No, it's still going to be a separate point system.
So if I put in for dedicated hunter 1 year and general season deer the next, I'd have 2 different 1 points if I didn't draw either.
Mhm.
Can they be combined?
Not at this time, no. It's a too complicated system right now where we're thinking through all the different ramifications if we start combining. We've, done different hunts where we've never combined points. So it'd be setting a new precedent if we did.
Gotcha.
And so we need to think through all the ramifications of that.
Ben Louder. Lindy, I'm looking for some clarification on the youth allocation thing. I was having a discussion with my board the other day, and Chris Marble was on the mule deer plan. And as I explained to my board what this was, he had a completely different understanding. And so his understanding is different than what I interpret the rule. And after I read him the rule, he agrees. So anyway, I just want to make sure I understand. Let's say you got 100 archery tags, which would mean 20% go to youth. If we have 10 youth apply, then there's the 10 left over that in this recommendation would get rolled to rifle. Those 10 tags, are they, that's that additional, or is that coming when those get issued? Are they coming from the archery pool or are they coming from the rifle pool?
They're going to come from the archery, like the 20% allocation. We're going to keep it as an archery tag in that pool. And so we're not going to pull it because it's not going to pull from the regular round or the adult round, any legal weapon quota.
Okay.
We're not pulling anything from that.
That's the way I read the rule. So,
Yeah.
so effectively it would, right now we issue 20, 60%. This would effectively alter that allocation.
No, because it's still, we're still doing so when we do the allocation, the 60-20-20, it's going to we break it up at the very top. And so at the very, at the start of the youth, that's when we do the 60-20-20. We don't go youth and then combine it again and then do a 60-20-20. We just keep it as a 60-20-20. So before currently right now, if we had leftover archery tags, they would get rolled into the regular round. So
Into the regular
essentially
archery draw.
yeah. So
Right. So there's still archery tags.
well, yeah, but so essentially you guys are getting a portion of the youth allocation. So permits that you weren't expecting to go through the regular round because that was set aside for the youth. So if we pulled it from the any legal weapon, permits that went to the regular round, we'd be taking away any legal weapon allocations.
That's one way to look at it, and I'll reserve my comment, but effectively what I was getting at is so then in my example, you take those 10 and now you're issuing them as rifle tags. If you then run the numbers later, your allocations would no longer be 20/20/60.
Yeah, if you ran the draw that way. Yeah, if we completely configure
I'm
the
not saying
draw
the
different
way
way.
you would run the draw, the effective the effective issuing of those tags will no longer be 20/20/60. That's what I'm trying to get.
Yeah, no, and yeah, you're right, because we'd be giving them annually for weapon tags. Yeah, but
Any other questions from the public? Okay, summarize public comments.
Okay, for this agenda item, we had 18 responses. 22% strongly agreed, 28% somewhat agreed, 17% were neutral, 6 somewhat disagreed, and 28% strongly disagreed. Weighted average for that is 3.11. In terms of comments, multiple comments supporting the recommendation with no specific reason. And then one specific to just the youth changes, they really like that we were making this change. As far as those that disagreed, there was a comment that doesn't support not being able to apply for general season and dedicated hunter at the same time and getting a point for either. A comment about giving unallocated tags to adults instead of youth. That comment was kind of centered around it's hard to recruit youth if the adult doesn't have a tag and can't take their kids hunting in the first place. Making all youth tags any weapon, any legal weapon, and just not having any weapon type at all. And there was a comment about don't issue unallocated tags at all, just put those, take those away and just not issue any more deer tags. And there was a comment about giving 1 point to new youth applicants is going to hurt all the youth currently in the system. So I didn't like that idea. And then a comment that they would like the first year youth should be guaranteed a tag.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've got 4 comment cards here on this agenda item. First up, Ben Louder, followed by Brandon Zundel.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ben Lauder, representing the Utah Archery Association. There's a few different pieces of this, so I'm going to address them individually because we have different comments and levels of support on them. I'll start with the general season, the general season and dedicated hunter recommendation. We like it the way it is. So we don't support the recommendation to eliminate that ability to apply for both. We like the way it is. We like to see it stay that way. Concerning giving first-time youth hunters a point right from the start, we like that. We support that. This youth allocation thing we're struggling with. Part of us from the confusion that I just mentioned from our representative on the deer committee and how it was actually implemented, but also it effectively it will change the weapon splits. Right now we issue 20%, 20%, and 60%, right? And this based on the numbers that are in the presentation, this is 2024 data. This would effectively convert 1,620 archery tags to rifle tags and 1,217 muzzleloader tags to rifle tags. And I don't know if it's been taken into account or not, but the success rates are different, right? Especially archery versus rifle. And we're just concerned that we're going to be reducing that allocation to those archery and muzzleloader tags. So I'm not sure what you should do with that, but we have concerns with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Brandon Zundel, followed by Cody Reese.
Brandon Zundel, just representing myself. Thanks again for staying up this late too. When I first read this, I thought this is awesome. More youth stuff. I like things that help our youth get into hunting, and of course it sparked an idea, and that sparked me calling Lindy, and then Lindy calls me back, and then we start having a conversation. All of a sudden, my idea is a bad one, and that happens a lot. But what what it did though is made me really start to think about some things that I thought I liked, and then all of a sudden I don't like anymore. Now, first of all, I want to address the dedicated hunter thing. I kind of like it. As much as I hate it, I kind of like it because we do have people taking advantage of what is probably the last loophole in our system right now. And that is being able to gain a point while they get to hunt. It's kind of something I think we ought to get rid of somehow. Maybe this isn't the way, but I don't like the idea of people getting to hunt and gain a point to hunt. Anyway, going back to the youth thing, I like the allocation stuff. It makes sense to me. Ben makes a good point. I don't know what to do with that. But on the first year preference point thing, that sounded so good when I first heard it. And then I got thinking about it. You talk about giving preference to a small number of people, and we hear it a lot. Archers hear it a lot. You know, you're a minority and you're always asking for more. Well, the youth are a minority and they're minorities. Or they're minors. Anyway, it's late. You talk about giving more to a very small group of people. That extra point sounds great if my kid's going into the draw next year. But if that's the only group of kids that are going to benefit from that point, because every kid that's currently in the system just had the bar raised on them by 1 point. And the next year, not next year, the year after that, all the youth, we just raised the bar by 1 point. We didn't help anybody. It helps the youth that go into the draw next year. And after that, it doesn't help anybody. It just raises the bar. So I don't like that anymore. When I think about it that way, I just don't like it. So that's my thoughts. Thanks much.
Thank you, Brandon. Cody Reese, followed by Kevin Norman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm Cody Reese on behalf of Youth Hunters Voice. I'm here to talk to you guys. We think that this is great. The DWR, we have to thank Lindy's awesome, like one of the best assets for youth in the DWR, and we appreciate that. We feel like we can do way better than what this is. The numbers, and we know that like a lot of these youth tags that are allocated for youth tags go unused, but that being said, 17 and under license holders total about 20,000, a little over 20,000 every year. Travis Hobbs stood up here earlier and said, I hunt today because I got a deer tag when I was a kid every year. Like we think youth can have a deer tag every year in our state. We're pushing probably up to 90,000 general season permits. We want to allocate 20% to youth. Like that's easy math. And that doesn't take into account all of the extra, limited entry tags, CWMU tags. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity for youth in our state. Like, let's make it easy on Lindy, make it easy on the state. And 17 and under really needs to get a tag every year for deer. Like, we have the numbers, we can do that. There is a little bit of complications with who has bonus points and et cetera for now, but like we need to work through those weeds and get the tags in our youth's hands that want them. How to divide those out between archery or muzzleloader or rifle is yet to be determined, but we're not taking anything away from the youth that they currently have now. It's just really hard. Like Steve said, this is complicated. I don't understand this. Like, let's just give them a tag. They need it. Like, if we're going to have recruits and we're going to retain recruits and we're going to have the future body sitting there, they need some tags in their hands. So please strongly consider that. That's kind of our best thing we got right now. We're having our youth. So thanks.
Thank you, Cody. Kevin Norman.
Kevin Norman representing SFW. Like the Archery Association, we're opposed to the dedicated hunter and having to choose between that and the general season. Speaking a little bit to the youth stuff, I mean, appreciate you guys showing up and you know where my heart's at. Every opportunity we can find for youth, I'm all for it. So hopefully this is the start of a conversation that we can keep plowing that way and explore all those opportunities for youth that we possibly can. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. And that's all the public comments cards we had for this item, so open it up for RAC discussion. Lindy, can you help clarify a couple things for us?
Love to.
Total number of youth general season deer applicants every year. Do you happen to know that?
Yeah. Around 18,000,
18,000?
18 to 20, yeah, depending on the year, but so. It jumps around as a titch, but
yeah,
it's still a lot.
Following, oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, following up on that question, because I had the same thought, is how many are there youth that don't get an all, what is it?
Don't get drawn.
Don't get, yeah, it is late. Who said that? I'm agreeing with Brandon. So there's the three types of tags, right?
So
So there's
there's-
archery, muzzle loader.
Yeah, so overall, like
Yeah.
for the youth, is about 43% of the youth did not draw.
Really?
But then again, like there, when you look at the apps based on the unit, like makes sense because we don't have the quota. We don't have, enough quota to give them all a tag. Especially, when we do the 60-20-20, like we have more applicants just in youth in some of these units than we have permits.
Is that just the youth applicants for the youth only or?
No, that's
youth-
overall.
So overall, so that
they-
includes once they go into the,
To the regular
to the
draw. So
regular
that means
process.
that, yeah, they've gone through the youth 20% allocation and then they went through the regular round again. So they had 2 times of trying to draw out.
And this is, it's obviously not specific to bonus points. Some of those youth can be 2-3 years of not drawing, correct?
Depending on the unit, yeah.
43% is overall.
Yeah, depending on the year, the unit, like you got your Pine Valleys, you've got, Vernal, you've got
Lindy,
Yellowstone, yeah.
Lindy, didn't we look at the Pine Valley and pretty much the once in a lifetime license holders and the youth would have taken all the tags if we went with the number of applicants of youth in that?
That was like 2 years ago, but like when we upped it up to the, the 4,300 for this year, they wouldn't have, but they would have taken like half of the permits. And so then that drops the odds for everyone else. Like normal, like us parents would never, you're now opening it to more than 5 years. 'Cause that's where it's at right now.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just on Mule committee, I know you were part of it. Was there discussion on the committee of giving a youth tag every year?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Lots of discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was just because like then, there's units that would have more youth on there than like, is it above and beyond? That's, that was a question. Do we give above beyond for youth? Or do we take out a regular allocation that's approved by the board? Like,
yeah.
And then that means that no adult would ever hunt.
I'm going to veer off that a little
Yeah.
bit, just referencing back with what Ben was talking about. So we've got the 60-20-20 split. Is that in rule? Or is that statute? What is that?
The 60-20-20, no, that's like a guideline, right, Dax, that you guys have for the guideline of how they, a guideline in the plan.
Because we're
'Cause
not, you won't make that.
Yeah, there's some units that don't follow the 60-20-20. There's some units that do like a 30-50-20.
It does say in the plan
But-
you can deviate from that.
Yeah.
Does it?
Mm-hmm. It's a guideline on that.
Now,
Split.
I'll admit, because now I'm going to look like the Grinch, archery's getting screwed.
Oh, no.
No, they
How many-
are.
no.
You can take 1,200 tags from them and give it to rifle.
Here's the deal. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 80% of your applicants are rifle hunters.
It's
The
high
rifle
70s.
hunters are getting screwed because we only get 60% of the tags.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of different ways to look at it. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump you, Randy.
change the rule. Because if the goal is 60-20-20, change the rule. You don't like the rule. Okay, it's a guideline, fine, but change it. Because I would be mad. Okay, let's reverse it. Let's take some of those tags from rifle and give them to muzzleloader because the
We already have.
Because the muzzleloader kids have figured out, hey, we have more tags there. let's just apply. I mean, if you're a smart parent, I'm going to apply for every muzzle that's out there. My first, second, third choice is going to be muzzle.
Most kids don't want to hunt the muzzleloader.
You're avoiding the point. The point is this manipulation. And if we're going to do it right. I just, and I'm sorry, we'll never get the kids. Every kid will never get attacked.
I was asking that question actually earlier to Lindy, and it's not possible because again, it then breaks down to unit by unit, right? And as she said, if you applied that, you're going to have all youth hunters and limited to no, adult hunters. Just for curiosity, do we know roughly how many more lifetime license tag holders are kicking around down there?
There's about 3,900.
So it's not a huge.
No, it's about 30. Yeah, there's around like 4,100 total, like that are still like active, but only about 3,900 of them actually obtain a DARE permit each year.
The mentor program.
Yeah.
How many are you seeing good success with that?
We are, yeah, we're seeing great success.
Because I feel like that's also another option that these youth have if the parents don't want to.
Yeah.
If they want to get a tag in their kids' hands, parents could burn points.
Yeah, we need to market it more, but yeah, when parents call and say their kid didn't draw, but I did, we explore the mentor option with them, and because you still get to take your kid out and you both get to carry a gun and, teach them how to be out there. Yeah, it's grown over the years since it was developed in 2014. So.
I guess in a comment, not more questions for you, but more in a comment, and I've seen this out there. I first go, man, I'm all for the youth, like any opportunity, right? That's our future of hunting. And I want to find any way to get a tag. But again, we're talking about the number one resource in Utah that we just have a limited capacity and the ability to, as much as I'd love for every youth hunter to be able to go, hunt, especially that first year, I wish we could give them all. I wish the resource was there, right? But that being said, mentor program, there's no limit on elk tags. So the ability for a youth to be able to get into the field and to be able to big game hunt and to experience that, upland, waterfowl, everything, like the opportunities to get your youth into the field. As much as I'd love to say yes, and I'm great. I'm okay with the preference point to start off. Does that fix the problem? No. It's going to cause. You're still going to have the issue on obviously the more popular units, but does that give them a chance to get a tag? Maybe in that first year to the first 2-3 years. Sure, great. The sooner we can get them that deer tag, the better. I'm okay with that, but I don't know how else you. I just think it's a problem we can't necessarily fix until we have the herd numbers. So I'll not to beat a dead horse, but yeah, give me that buck to doe ratio number and that might get us there. But anyways, I just good at the preference. I just don't know that we can really go beyond that. I do have one question, maybe even somebody on the RAC. So when you have a dedicated, essentially you've got the dedicated whatever COR or whatever it is, can you still apply every year and build preference points on the deer?
No,
Okay.
It's just that first year until you actually draw out for the COR.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and I think there's certainly opportunities for youth. Oftentimes we focus on the deer permits just because of part of it's the hunting heritage in the state. It's centered around the deer hunt, but we do have unlimited elk tags. They can hunt spike and any bull on the same tag with every weapon every season, which opens up who knows how many weekends if they're willing to do that. There's some underutilized youth tags in the state and dedicated hunter if they're willing to put in some hours. I think pretty much every unit is undersubscribed on dedicated hunter for youth. So there's still some options there. To Brandon's point, you give them 1 point and it's great, but then it does affect the rest of the youth in that pool a little bit. So Are we just raising the tide on everyone by 1 point? I don't know. It's hard to say at this point until you see it play out for a little bit, but.
I don't think that's a bad thing, though. It front end loads that opportunity. And if you get out in the field and experience that, you've got a better opportunity of getting some excitement about it. Frankly, I'm not sure there's any better proposal than what I'm seeing here that works. This to me seems to work.
Wendy, I'm curious, what's the thoughts or concerns on that adding to the point tree?
For the youth? It would give those first time youth, so like this year was around 3,400, so you're adding 3,400 people with 1 point. So
That's the first year.
that's the first year applicants, yeah.
And then the second year, and the third year,
Yeah, so
first year.
it's just gonna kind of, you're always gonna have that now new level of new first years of going in as 1 point. So they're gonna jump above the 0 point level. And we're adding essentially 3,400 or how many around that. It didn't change much from each year to year, around 3,000 to 4,000 new time applicants. You're just adding that many points, that level 1. And some of those units, that's what it takes to draw out is 1 point. And so the people like the youth that have been waiting, like there's some units like Wasatch East, it takes 1 point to draw out. So those first time youth would draw. And then sometimes those youth that have hunted it, they waited their turn. They didn't draw the first year, they drew their second year. Now they're in their third year as a youth. They won't draw because, and then because it takes more than 1 point, it takes 1 point. And now they're competing with first time youth, even though they're, they're at the same level. So yeah, so it is a concern, but it's not, you know what I mean? Like you're just kind of adding, but not.
They start competing with the youth, but they kind of jump the line or falling into the.
Yeah,
the pool
it's
for
like the
anybody,
fast
right?
pass at Disneyland.
Is it going to even out, Lindy, after 6-7 years? Is it going to even out to where it's more fair?
It's hard to say.
Because
because it just depends. Because they'll always have 1 point going in that first time, and then after that they're going to have 0 points. So once they draw the first year, they may not draw out till they're 18 again. So you gave them false hope of thinking they can draw out every year too.
They're gaining a point each year.
Well, no, it's just the first year. But then after that, yeah, but I'm saying like down in some of these harder units, it takes 4 years to draw.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So if they draw year 1 or draw year 2, then they're not drawing another tag.
They won't draw a tag till they're out of the youth, and then they're out of the youth allocation too. So some of these uses may be causing false. It's hard to say, is a good thing. Yes, it's great to get the youth out there. Especially the first time, but you will affect the current youth that's applying as well too.
I think that's what you should have named it, the fast pass point.
That's in my head.
Okay. We brought through the proposal on this dedicated hunter split in 2019.
I'm just gonna stand. Yeah, no, this did come forth in 2019. I brought through the exact same proposal and it failed.
Okay.
And then through the Mule Deer Committee, they wanted to try, because it would eliminate 11,000-ish, depending on the year. This year in 2024, we had 11,000 applicants apply for both.
Okay.
And so the Mule Deer Committee thought that by doing this, it would, take away 11,000 points out of the system because they couldn't do both. And we have seen an increase since 2019. We have seen an increase of people doing both. It's not like a significant, huge jump, but we have seen more people doing this, applying for both now.
Go ahead, James.
I was going to say, once those guys get into dedicated hunter though, then they're strapped down for 3 years and they're not applying for just a general tag. Because they're not
But here's the problem, James. They can, on some units, they can gain 4 points, 4 of each, draw the dedicated, hunt their 3 years, come back and draw another tag immediately. That's not right. It's not fair.
I think I'm just the only idiot that didn't know that you could do that.
All right. Doesn't feel like it, but we are in the comment period, not questions. So Any comments from the RAC? All right, no comments. We'll entertain a motion.
I'll hold my nose and say, recommend to approve it as presented.
Okay.
I'll second that, Randy.
Okay, motion by Randy, seconded by Steve to accept the R657-62 amendments as presented. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll call for a vote. Marshall?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Robert?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Casey?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Jessica, I think she left. Okay. Nikki
Yes.
and Ross.
Yes.
Unanimous. Motion passes unanimous. Okay. You know, we're close when Chad comes up. All right. Agenda item number 10. It's nothing personal, Chad. We didn't make the agenda. So CWMU renewals and CWMUs with public land. LOA renewals. Chad Wilson.
I feel like they put me last, so people will actually be happy to see me. So, I don't know. I think the presentation was pretty straightforward. So if you want a summary, I guess I could give one, or just jump into questions.
Okay. Call for questions from RAC members.
So I have a question, I guess semi-unrelated, but related to CWMUs. Obviously, public land included in the CWMUs is a very hot topic, right? Or, moves the needle a bit. I've seen, I guess a short way of getting around it. The division provides the CWMU signs. Is that correct, that they use to post, or where do those come from?
Oh, the association has them, so they buy their own signs and create them. They're approved by us, but yeah.
Okay. So my question on that, and I've seen this come up a little bit and seen it myself and experienced it a little myself. Some of those signs, and if they're approved, that are on public boundaries, say private property, no trespassing. And then it has a blurb in small writing that, you can, if it's public, you can access it, except for, and the problem is when you go to the division's website to try to look up if can I access this or not, it's actually not clear. So again, it adds to the confusion. Technically by code, by state law, it's illegal for somebody to basically mark private property or public property as private property to begin with. So I'd love to see a change to those signs, that those signs that are included in a CWMU cannot say private property, no trespassing, but just simply CWMU with the explanation, because I feel like it's, again, technically you're approving something that's, you'd say is kind of illegal for them to post in one sense. I get it has the blurb, but they're still marking public property as private.
Yeah, we actually have different signs for the public land. So it's either the operators it's either an old sign or they put it in the wrong spot. So I just encourage you and anybody else, if you see them, if you see those signs, let us know and then we can correct that problem. Tell them to post it with the correct signs.
Okay.
So it should say CWMU. And then if it's on private land, they can put the no trespassing on there. But yeah, you're right. If it's public, they can't put no trespassing because that's available to access for anything but hunting those species.
I'll get back to you then on letting you know where those few are.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Any other questions for Chad? Questions from the public? Okay. Summary of public comments.
Okay, for this item, we had 16 responses, 31% strongly agreed, 25% were neutral, and 44% strongly disagreed. So that weighted average was 2.75. For comments, some comments of just general support, a couple comments as well for denying the JB Ranch CWMU application, which was part of the DWR recommendation. A couple other comments, one about not allowing long-range rifles on CWMUs, one about aligning CWMU hunt dates with the public hunt dates, not allowing them to have longer seasons. One comment about the 90-10 split not being enough for the public. One comment about why CWMUs are reducing acres but not reducing tags. I think that was specific to the Woodruff Creek South CWMU. There was a comment about making the minimum CWMU tags be at least 2, so it's not just a straight lottery when there's only 1. Comment about concerns with the Junction Valley CWMU success rates, and those being low, but them getting more permits this year, recommending more permits. There's a comment about public land and CWMU boundaries, and not agreeing with allowing public land and CWMUs. And then a comment about land swaps, and them not liking that idea.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any comment cards for this item, so we'll move into RAC discussion.
I'm just going to throw one just so they know my support. I support the division and not taking up the application for JB Ranch. There's just time needs to pass. That individual clearly doesn't meet the standards, and there's 2 different rules that he's not meeting at this point. So I think that's a good decision on the division's part, and I would denial stands up. This one, I bitched about it 3 years ago. I'm going to bitch about it now. Cactus Ranch. I don't know these people. I'm sure they're wonderful. It has nothing to do with them, but it's a perfect example of what's wrong. This is nothing but checkerboard land. None of it's posted. The trade land is far inferior trade land to what the land that they're getting in the CWMU. It's as much public land as it is private. And I know it's been there forever. It's changing hands now. It's sort of the name changed, but just a bird under my saddle. It just drives me crazy. But that's my comments.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we accept the proposal as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Robert, seconded by Nikki to accept the CWMU renewals proposal as presented. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll call for a vote. Marshall?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Robert?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Darren?
Yes.
Casey?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Nikki?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous. That was the last agenda item, so entertain a motion to adjourn.
As so noted, motion, yeah, second.
Any opposed, you can stay on.